Guys, welcome to the HawksZone Rundown, day 2 of the draft. We are live. We had some technical difficulties, but we're going to have Bryce Coutts joining us in a little bit. We are also going to have Michael Thompson from the Field Goals joining us in a little bit as well. But you know what? We missed the big trade, so we're just going to recap it right now, man. The Seahawks don't waste any time, and they go get it. They go get their guy, Nick Emani, big time, 6'4", 227-pound safety. They talk about this guy like Cam Chancellor-esque, and Richard Sherman announcing the pick. Man, it just solidifies what Mike Macdonald. You can tell he's got a little, he's got some, working with John Schneider here. Like, hey, these are the guys I want. You give him a weapon like that, a versatile weapon, man. This is exciting. And I think when we talked about it too, it was like, it wasn't like a need at safety, but I think you get a weapon like this in McDonald's system where he can just kind of, have just another chess piece in there. And you still got Kobe Bryant, you still have Julian Love, but here's just another athlete in your defense. And I think for the Hawks, like they saw this guy, said, look, we got an opportunity here, so the trade, we'll break it down. They gave Tennessee their 52nd and 82nd pick. But I think you look at all the capital they have going into this draft. They said, look, we can afford this to go get a player like that. But drop in the comments, guys. What's your thoughts? We're hanging out here tonight. Not much of a draft party yet because I'm riding solo just for a bit here. But the boys are on their way. I'm fired up about this pick, man. I mean, I'm fired up about the first 2 picks. I mean, I was Zable took a little bit of time to settle in just because I wasn't sure if Schneider was going to make the move first round going to get a guard, like unheard of. But the fact that he did do it, and then even yesterday when we were talking on Dan Vian's show and we were streaming over here as well, but settling on that, man, I was just like, you know what, that's a solid pick, man. Like we got a guy now that's going to start, don't expect all pro things out of the gate, but should be a solid guy to fill that void right now and then see who they develop on the other side. But I was stoked for the Zable pick, and I'm extremely excited for this pick, especially when you look at what this identity of this football team is going to be, right? I mean, it's going to be the defense. I think the offense, it's a wait and see approach, new quarterback, new receivers. I mean, obviously the offensive line's an issue, but I think, we talked about it. This offense can just be decent, don't turn the ball over. Have Sam just, they're going to want to run the football. And if Mike Macdonald can turn this thing into a top 5 unit, this is going to be a scary thing. So you get a guy like this. I mean, I'm first 2 picks out of this year's draft, man. I don't know what you guys think, but I'm happy with it. I mean, yeah, I don't know what you can say. John addressed it right off the hop with the guard in Zable. And then they make an aggressive move and move up here at 35 and go get this kid. And, I'm looking at the comments, Swiss Army knife. Yeah, man. Like you talk about what Mike was doing in Baltimore, right? That's kind of guys he wants. So you get a young guy like this in here. You can just tell the kind of guys that Mike Macdonald is going to want on that field on the defensive side. So it is exciting. Yeah, good player. I don't think he'll start. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's the thing. We're going to be going to camp, right? He's going to camp. There's no guarantee anything, but I think to go make this move and get a guy like this, it just shows that, what they want to do. They were aggressive. They saw a guy they want and they make the move. And we're still sitting here and we still got the 52nd pick. So we still have another pick in this round, which is exciting too. So, like I said, guys, I'm just playing catch up, hanging out here. Looks like the boys are on the clock here. So am I up to date here? Yeah. Okay, here we go. But yeah, guys, flood the comments, man. Also talk about yesterday where you guys, I think for the most part, when we were with Dan yesterday, it seemed like, for the most part, people were happy with the pick. It's never a sexy pick when you're getting a guard, but it's something that it just needed to be done. And I think even if you thought maybe there was better value somewhere else, I just think this was the year where the market and free agency wasn't great. They tried to make the move with Will Fries, and Minnesota just went crazy with that 5-year deal. So it seemed like they were trying to do something there in free agency. Didn't happen. There just wasn't a lot of guys. So it was like, you know what? Let's wait till the draft, and they do it. All right, the party's starting here because we got Michael Thompson
Hey
on
man,
board. Mike, what's up, man?
good. Hey, I'll wait till pick 50 and 52, and we'll see what happens. And nope.
Yeah, well, I was just saying we're just playing a little catch up right now, and so we missed the trade, but I just recapped it. I mean, what's your
Awesome.
thoughts, man? I mean, I'm excited. Seems like a guy that Mike McDonald's targeted, and they went up and they were aggressive, and they went and made a move, and we still got the 52nd pick, right? So we're still sitting nice.
Yeah, no, this is the benefit of having 4 picks in the top 90, or the
Right.
top 92. Like, this is the luxury, and John Snyder kind of hinted at it last night, where I think he kind of got stopped, but he definitely hinted at potentially there still being a few first round grade guys that made it out of the first round for him, and he did not waste much time moving up for pick 35 and getting, to a lot of people, their number one safety. Malachi Starks, obviously, I believe, was the first safety off the board, unless I'm forgetting someone else. But Nick Emani was probably one of the big folk heroes of Seahawks social media, and for all the guys with all the podcasts and writing. Like, everyone loves the way he looks. I mean, the comp for him as an athlete is DK Metcalf as a safety, right?
Yeah.
Which you knew John Schneider was going to be all over that. And then, there was a lot of talk, oh, he looks like Cam Chancellor. He doesn't play like Cam Chancellor. He plays like the guy that he says he tries to emulate his game after, which is Kyle Hamilton. And that's a high bar to hit. But who helped Kyle Hamilton get to his peak?
Right.
Mike McDonald in Seattle. And I've talked a lot about with, you and Bryce and Dan and all the other people out here of like, I think this is a draft where Mike is now fully got his hands in on it. And he was going to walk out of this draft with one of his, what I call like his chess piece, his queen of his chessboard. And I feel like Nick Emani, if he can legitimately cover with that size, all of a sudden you have that chess piece. So now you can have that 3 safety look that Mike made famous in Baltimore. I mean, Kobe Bryant is in a contract year. Julian Love was one of the best safeties in football. And now you add a guy like Nick Emani, who brings something different than the other two. That defense and that secondary all of a sudden just took a step up, in my opinion, which is awesome. This is what you were hoping to get from Mike McDonald. And hey, we still got pick 50 and we still got pick 92. There's still some fireworks to happen, and there's still a lot of guys that I really like that are still available.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think and I'm touched on it just before he came on. I think, you could tell that Mike is heavily involved in, and he's the kind of guy that, hey, I'm gonna put my stamp on this and get who I want on my defense. And you talk about it that they were a top 10 unit in the second half of the year. And you look at this and what is going to be the identity of this team? And it's going to be the defense, right? So,
Yeah.
if this team all of a sudden becomes this, Baltimore-esque kind of top 5 and then beyond, then you don't have to have this amazing, lights out offense. You just got to be a steady offense, right? Run the football like they're going to want to do, and don't turn the ball over, right? And convert some third downs. But I think that, with Mike being in here, like you said, full off season now with John to evaluate, take their time. And, it started off with a bang right after the season where it's like, hey, look, we got to move on from our OC. Let's get that out of the way. And then we can get our guy in, Clint Kubiak, the rest of the gang, and now focus on, evaluating this talent coming up in this draft. So I think, you just saw it. You just saw it. They made an aggressive move to move up, 15 spots. I like it, man. Yeah, you give up 82, but like you just mentioned, you got that capital to work with, and that's what you do with it, right? It's like a tool. It's ammo. Okay, let's use it. Not to keep it. Go get a guy like this, man. So yeah, I'm excited so far, man. And 52 is coming up not too far. So we're, who knows? Maybe they make another trade here. I don't know, but it's kind of one of those things. And then I want to get your thoughts too, again, because I know we were on yesterday, but it didn't sink in. But going back, man, what's your overall take with number 18 with Zable? I mean, for me, I'm elated that John took
Mm-hmm.
care of that.
Yeah, I think Albert Breer tweeted out that Gray Zable was the Trent McDuffie pick of the first round, which is just it's high praise. Like Trent
Yeah.
McDuffie was such a safe pick that like at worst you were going to have a top 25 corner in the NFL, and Trent McDuffie has turned into an all pro level player. And I think that's kind of what you're looking at is like Zable is going to be one of the top 20 guards in the NFL, which you might be like, well, that's not, I want something more of that at pick 18. A top 20 guard in the NFL, that's really good. Like that guy is going to get paid. That guy's going to get 3 contracts. That's a guy that's going to be in Seattle for a decade if he can stay healthy.
Yeah.
And so
No,
you were able to
exactly.
get him, and that's his floor. His ceiling is he could become a franchise altering guard, a la like this is high praise, but like
Yeah.
if he's anywhere within the realm of a Steve Hutchinson, like all of a sudden this offensive line has changed. This decade of despair in the offensive line will, I won't say 100%, but I think the cloud is lifting if he is healthy and if he is the guy that I've been watching him since last year. I really feel strongly about these North Dakota State guys, the way they come in. And he was different because he was so versatile and he was so athletic for a left tackle at that level. It just looked like he was almost playing high school football, like watching the NFL guy play high school. And obviously, there's going to be an adjustment coming to the NFL, but I think he's built for it enough that John, who never takes FCS guys, was willing to take
Yeah.
a Zable at 18. So that was really cool to have watched someone for that long, and then to see him get picked by Seattle 18 was really cool. And Zable plus Emani, we just talked about a second ago. You just feel the fingerprints of Mike Macdonald turning the great parts of the Seattle Seahawks organization and molding it together with the great aspects of the Baltimore Ravens. Like
Right.
honestly, probably not as many Super Bowls as these two franchises would have hoped to have had in the last 15 years, but two of probably what the 5 most consistent teams in the NFL for the last 15, 20 years. Like you're talking about, each of them have been to 3 Super Bowls, 2 or 3 Super Bowls since 2000. Each have only won one, but they're constantly winning divisions. They're constantly in the playoffs. They're constantly winning 10 games. That was a draft so far up until a half an hour ago where I'm like, you know what? Zable and Emani, that just feels like a couple of doubles. Like if I'm at the plate, I'm swinging the bat, I just hit 2 doubles. My team just got a win better. Like, and that's what Seattle needs. Seattle has to get out of this draft getting 1 to 2 wins better, because you do that. That's the difference between not just winning the division, but hosting 1 or even 2 home playoff games. Which, yeah, even with DK gone and Geno Smith gone, I feel like all that is still on the table with our free agency and what we did in the draft. I feel very confident in saying, even without seeing Sam and what Cooper Kupp right now are, this feels like a team that 11 wins feels like that should be the floor. The expectation should be 11 wins, and you're going for 12.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you touch when going back to Zable too. Like, I think the narrative of like, hey, the coaching before we got Zable, it's like, oh well, we got a new coaching staff, got a new O
Mm-hmm.
line coach. He'll turn it around, and that's been a narrative that's been played out. You still need the talent, and
Mm-hmm.
now John's saying, well, here you go. Here's a first round talent at guard. Now,
Right.
now work with it. And you know what? Guess what? We still have Abe, and we still have Cross, your bookends. Develop Christian Haynes. That's what we bring you in here for. Develop them, make them progress. And we have some developmental guys there. And you know what? I think they're really high on Jalen Sandell there at center, and Olu. I mean, you still got guys like,
Which,
we'll see. But I think, like you said, John gave them a first round talent now. So now with the narrative of coaching, here's the talent, here's the coaching. No excuses. You know what I mean? And yes, there's still
mm-hmm.
some holes here, and he's still a rookie, but it's still, hey, at least I went out and got a first round graded guy.
And how I view it is, I think Seattle today, and we still have 2 more picks here in the next
Yeah.
hour and a half, which is awesome. I think we
Yeah.
got 2 first round pick players. Like I
Right.
I may not have thought Emin Warrior was worth the pick at 18, and I still I stand by that. But doesn't mean I don't like him. Doesn't mean I wouldn't have loved, if we had traded back to 25, 26, 30, like I would have been chill. Would have been happy with that. But you went and got Zable to fortify your offensive line, and then you went and got McDonald, something that we all know, like that safeties and linebackers is really, I mean, he's a wizard. Like until proven otherwise, he has shown that he's a wizard. And that year 1 to year 2 jump with our schedule that we have, like you said, a top 5 unit, I feel like is legitimately on the table. One, because our schedule on paper looks very
Very
gettable,
good.
those wins. The NFC South, the AFC South, I have not been super impressed. Oh, okay, there we go. So Terrence Ferguson to the Rams and Will Johnson finally off the board to the Cardinals.
Cornerback to the
So a
Cardinals. Yeah.
little bit of NFC West stuff. But
Yeah.
back to what I was saying, like you got 2 first-round picks. I just feel like that storyline, that cloud that was hanging over John Schneider of when are you going to take an offensive line? When are you going to fix the offensive line? When are you going to add more difference makers to the defense? And I think that's a little bit less of a storyline compared to the offensive line. Like that has been the storyline since we traded for Jimmy Graham, right? And now I feel like that storyline is going to now flip to where, okay, cool, we're going to shut up about the offensive line. Now let's see you guys. Now that you have an offensive line, go win the NFC West. Go win a playoff game, right?
Yeah. Well, absolutely. And I think, when we looked at the year before, like if I, like you said, we still got a lot of time here, a few more picks, a couple more picks today. But like, if you look at John and you evaluate it so far, I think he's had a very solid offseason. I think what he had to do with the Geno and DK thing, and then they were able to pivot and go get a guy like Sam Darnold. I mean, that to me is an A plus, just as far as the pivoting is concerned. And in my opinion, I don't really think you lose anything at the quarterback position. I think sure you can say, well, Sam's only had the 1 good year. I mean, really, Geno Smith, what was he doing before he got here in Seattle, right? So
Right.
it's you could say the same thing. I think I think that was the best case scenario for John, if especially if Geno wanted out the door, and then you're bringing in some veteran guys, some guys that you're like, okay, they're north of 30, but if they can stay healthy, this is good. And then so far in the draft, man, he's kind of touched on all things that he's needed to so far, and then just building
So
off of that,
yeah.
man, building off that defense, how we finished, right? So I'm excited to see what do you think's going to happen here, man. What's the next move
So
for Seattle?
yeah. So we're about 10 minutes away. We're 2
Yeah,
picks away. I assume Houston, because they went wide receiver and they went offensive line. So I guess they could continue to go at the offensive line, which I might be viewed as overkill, but Tate Ratledge is still there. And
right.
if you told me, hey, Seattle's going Zable, Emani, and Tate Ratledge, I'd be like, dude, sign
Yeah,
me up. I still think we need an outside threat at wide receiver, unless we're just not really thinking about what JSN really can become. Which I can see that, but I just feel like we still need that outside threat, which I don't really know if there is a guy there at this moment at 50 that I'd be comfortable taking. That feels a little bit early for Jalen Royals out of Utah State, who I'm a big fan of. But looking at the best available here, I wouldn't be surprised if D'Amico Ryans takes Mike Green here for
right.
Houston.
Yeah,
Everything I've heard, Corbin Smith has talked about it. He does not feel like Seattle has any interest in Mike Green, but man, I would love to get one more edge rusher here. I would love to possibly get another body on the defensive line in the trenches. If there's someone that can free up Cat Williams to be even more mobile, moving around, like Darius Alexander out of Toledo is very, very interesting. I wrote about it today for field goals. TJ Sanders was the guy I was looking for right here. Obviously, I thought, there was, I actually thought Higgins would still be in the realm here, but obviously
yeah,
Houston went and got him. And then I had no idea. Obviously, we're going to trade for Nick Edwards. So like a lot has obviously changed, and just feels like such a win so far getting these two guys. But looking at this board, you could go tight end. Elijah Arroyo would be a really interesting pick.
that would be.
Darius Alexander, if he's healthy, Siobhan Ravel at cornerback. If you really think Woolen is either on the market or you don't think you're going to sign him next year, Jared Wilson, if you want to go center. I don't think Shadur is a realistic option here. I think Seattle is very comfortable running Darnold and Locke, and I think next year's class is looking really potentially deep. I won't say it's going to be stronger than this year. I just think that there's just a lot more bites at the apple next year, and there's a lot of. It feels like a 4 or 5 quarterback class. So, And then you got Jalen Noel as a wide receiver, the other Iowa State guy. You got Trey Harris if you're looking for a DK Metcalf clone from Ole Miss. Um, and then, hey, you know what? Another one to throw out here that, not trying to jinx it, but if Abe Lucas and Charles Cross are not the guys that you're thinking about, does Esri from Minnesota, does he make sense here? So I think there's just, like John said, we're at the point now because of what we did. We can just go out and go get darn good football players. And so now I don't think there's necessarily anything they have to go get. I would love an edge. I would love a wide receiver. But to be honest, I don't know. What do you think? Who do you think they're going to go get?
I mean, the receiver thing's interesting, man. Like, I think, like you said, if it's you think it's a need, but it might not be as needy as they're looking at it, right? Like you said, they might really believe in JSN and say, no, you know what, this guy can take the top off. This guy he's an amazing, obviously we know he's an amazing route runner out of the slot and all this kind of stuff. But you know, maybe they address that in the future. You know, right now you have Cup, you have Scantling. So they might say, look, we got a guy that can blow the top off for a year, and we can address that later. I don't know. I mean, if Higgins was still there, you know, I just think, like you said, the guys that are there at 50, I think there's more pressing needs for me too. I would like an edge. I think that could be a move coming up. I think get a little just keep beefing up and making that a strength.
I would love to see us take a shot on Mike Green. I understand there's some character stuff, and I know everyone's like, "Oh, character, it's over, it's over." Like, I just don't know, man. That seems like a kind of guy that Mike Williams can go turn into a 9 to 12 sack guy. Like, obviously, there's a reason why he has fell this far. Is it the character? Is it his style of play? Texans just took Ursary from Minnesota, which I did think they were going to go along the trenches. I think they're having a fantastic draft so far. Donovan Jackson, and then who else did they take? They took Higgins, and then they got Ursary. So they are all in on trying to get CJ Stroud happy and safe. But yeah, I don't know. Mike Green's really interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if Cincinnati takes Mike Green here, which does that fuel the fire that Trey Hendrickson's going to get traded here tonight. We'll see what ends up happening.
Yeah, the character thing for me is, I mean, it depends what it is for sure. Like, you know, when Jalen Carter was, they talked about that, and I guess, you know, these guys come in the interview rooms, right? We're not in the interview room, so it could be like, okay, character, we'll bring him in, we'll talk. Nah, it's not for us, and then it's all about character. It does drop them a bit, but again, I don't know, man. You really got to be able to sit down and talk with these guys, and if you're like, okay, Mike Green's on, let's bring him in, let's talk. You know, I think that's the only way to do it. So if he's on the radar and they do something like that, I could see it. But I don't know, man. But yeah, it's a tough one for me.
Ravel would be really interesting here.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's a first round corner. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we talked about corner being a sneaky need, right? Like, and not just because of the Reek thing, but you look at, you know, that room. I think we felt like it was a lot deeper a year ago, you know, with Trey Brown and who are the other guys? I mean, well, I know who the other guys are, but you drafted 2 guys, and well, they cut one before anything happened, and then Pritchett's a project, and then Reek. I still buy into the notion that he's not a Mike McDonald guy. I know they talked about it last year, like, oh, well, he's a good cover guy, which is true. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and debate the freakish abilities, because we all know that that's not a debate.
Right.
He's got freakish abilities, but the whole mentality thing, like I always went back to Devin Witherspoon. You don't need to, you know what Devin Witherspoon's going to be like every single day. You know it. It's just he's built like that. He's wired like that.
Right.
And it's for me, that's not something you can teach, right? So he is who he is. Devin's who he is, and that's why, you know, Devin Witherspoon is who he is. I think Reek was a 5th round pick because of some of those reasons, not because you know, you don't get picked 5th because you run a 4.2 40. You know, you get picked in the 5th round for other reasons. And there's been some outstanding, obviously we've had some 5th round picks that have, you know, Hall of
Mm-hmm.
Famers,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
But I think with Reek's thing, I just look at the guy we just drafted with Nick Emani, and you're like, hey,
Yep.
that's a McDonald guy. Witherspoon's a McDonald guy. You can tell what McDonald guys are. I'm still not
Right.
sold on that he's a McDonald guy. So I
Makes sense.
think that corner could totally be on the table still, man. And
Yep. All right. Yeah. So Seattle's on the clock. Their pick
here
is
we
in. So
go.
they're going to stick and pick. So you got Mike Green on the board. You got
Right.
Darius Alexander, Ravel, Shador Sanders, Elijah Arroyo, Jared Wilson, Trey Amos at cornerback as well as another guy that's there. Jack Beck, however you want to say his name,
Dash.
the star out of TCU.
Yeah,
I
he's a
would
good
be
receiver.
very excited if you took him.
That'd be an
That's a
interesting
guy
pick.
that fits John Schneider's like attitude, culture. You know, I don't want to call it a great story, but like a really heartbreaking turned into a cool story with the death of his brother. There's also that question of, do you believe in Big 12 wide receivers? You know, there's a
Right.
very checkered history of how well those guys specifically out of TCU translate to the NFL. But I mean, he looks like a combination of Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua when I watch him play. So that's an interesting fit. I think I keep going back to Ravel, but I will say the staple of a Kubiak and Shanahan offense is a tight end that can move the chains and
Right.
run in space. Like Kittle, Owen Daniels, we've seen him a few times here at the draft doing the picks. Like Elijah Arroyo definitely fits that receiving threat type of tight end, and that allows Barner, who had a fantastic rookie year in my opinion, definitely did not look like a blocking tight end. You could have two number one type of tight ends, and now you can run that 12 personnel, which for those that don't know, Kubiak at New Orleans last year ran 12 personnel, the seventh most out of anybody in the league. The 5 of the other 6 teams were all in the divisional round of the playoffs into the Super Bowl, excuse me. And so like that 12 personnel is a lot of what you run when you're winning or when you're controlling the tempo. The Saints were not doing that much this year. They were losing a lot because of all their injuries, and they still ran a lot of 12 personnel. And so it kind of forces you into more 3 wide receiver, 4 wide receiver sets. And so I just I think Arroyo or maybe another tight end could definitely be on the board here. Harold Fannin, we haven't talked about. Maybe John wants to wait until pick 92 to get his tight end. But man, if you can get a guy, it doesn't have to be wide receiver. It can be a number one type of tight end.
Right.
Again, trying to make that offense good enough to get in that top 12, top 15 range. So for your top 5, top 8, top 10 defense can really be, like you said, the face of the franchise as you're trying to build a division winning football team.
Yeah, I like the tight
And hey,
end.
went to a commercial, by the way. Stunner.
Yeah. That's the NFL. But I like the tight end idea, man. I really do. And you just look at, you mentioned Kubiak, and you go down the history of the last few teams. It's always been a focal point. Man, when is Shador gonna get picked? Huh? That is funny.
So I don't know when he's going to get picked unless someone trades up, because I'm looking at the future picks here. You're looking at Seattle, which is if it's not Seattle, Carolina is not, Tennessee is not, Tampa Bay is not, Green Bay is not, the Chargers are not, the Bears are not. Carolina again, 58 would be the Raiders. That would be my guess. If the Raiders pass on him,
That's not a bad guess.
If the Raiders pass again, Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Bears, Chiefs, Eagles, he will go 100% into the 60s and 70s range. So for him, his life raft is 58 to Vegas.
Here's Sean Alexander.
Yeah.
That's
right,
kind of cool. 19th overall pick by the Hawks back in 2000.
He worked out pretty good.
Yeah, he had a pretty good career.
Still the only MVP in Seahawks history.
Yeah, pretty wild.
I have the pick. Do you have the pick? Here we go. I love it.
That is sick. That is totally sick.
Right now, I bet you Rob Stanton is freaking out. He had been talking about being happy if they took Arroyo at 18 and they get him at pick 50.
So where did Rob have him ranked? Like,
I'd have to check out his horizontal board, but him and Jeff Simmons were talking on a show about a week and a half ago, and Oh my gosh, what a draft, dude! Like
dude.
I know
I
you
mean,
still
like
have to
it was
put it
funny
on
because
the field.
you and I just talked about it, and I was thinking tight end before you brought up his
Hmm.
name, and I was just like, yeah, what are we talking about here? This is the Kubiak system. Like, they want to go get this guy like this, and like you said, look, they're fired up. I mean, to get him at 52 or 50, sorry,
Yeah.
that's awesome, man. I mean, now you like, I know it's hard to say, but if we're sitting here right now, Zable, Emani, and now Aoyo, you've checked off guard, Swiss Army knife for Mike McDonald, and
Hmm.
now a perfect
That's the perfect way to
weapon for
describe it.
and a perfect weapon for Kubiak. I mean, what that to me, this is as far as the
It's a
start's
home run.
concerned,
Yeah,
looking like an A
yeah,
plus start. I'm just
yeah.
saying. I'm not saying all these guys are gonna be A plus guys, but I'm just saying that
Hmm.
if this is better than anything I've mocked, to be honest.
No,
I think it's the
someone would have
first
told you
three
that's not
picks.
realistic, right?
Right. I mean, who had a Roy at 50 in anyone's mocks?
No, no. I would have assumed him and Mason Taylor would have been gone in the 40s at the latest.
Yeah, if anybody in the comments are big mock draft guys, say let us know if you what do you guys thoughts on this draft so far, man? Because I think this is just turning out to be, if this is how Mike and John are going to start operating, then get excited, Seahawks fans. Like, you know, uh, so I think at some point Bryce Coutts might join us, but he's just threw it out there. Noah Fant trade. I mean, that's got
Oh
to
yeah,
happen, right?
yeah. So I wrote about in I want to say my last mock draft. I had Seattle taking Terrence Ferguson. And I had him going actually in round 3. So Rams obviously were very high on Terrence Ferguson. He went a lot higher than I thought. And I wrote about it. I said one of the benefits, I don't mean to be cold here, but one of the benefits of drafting a receiving threat tight end is it kind of makes Noah Fant a little redundant.
Yeah.
I still think that this roster needs a blocking tight end. I still think Seattle is going to probably take another tight end
Mhm.
tomorrow. Mitchell Evans is the guy that I've been mocking in round 5. About I believe one pick 72 or 175 is who I've been. And I think he's just your sturdy, like I'm a blocking tight end, probably very similarly like viewed as AJ Barner was last year, which obviously AJ Barner has turned into more than that from what we saw last year. But you get rid of if you cut Noah, that's $6 million. That's not nothing that I can then turn into this summer on June 1st when all those cuts happen. And who knows, maybe there is a cornerback that I want to bring in for $6 million to push Reek Woolen. Maybe there is an edge rusher that is looking for a new deal and I can make a trade for him. Like you never know what's available. Like if every year there's one veteran pass rusher, one veteran defensive back, one veteran wide receiver, and one veteran offensive lineman that's just sitting there waiting for the taking. And Noah Fant, as talented as he is, has just never really put it together. And that $6 million is a lot of money that could go bring in a different player to make you better than what you have with
Yeah.
Noah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Noah just hasn't clicked like we were hoping it would.
Right.
And now that you bring in this guy, uh I think it's yeah, what I mean, he's still got some value, I think. I mean, you could still get something for him. And what do you think for Noah here? Like if you were to put him on.
I think the money is too much. So
Right.
I would be pretty surprised if anybody gives you anything for him.
Okay.
I but it sounds like it's a clean cut where you would free up $6 million, and I think you'd only have to pay him 1.8 or 2.8 million this year. If somebody is
Okay.
willing to give you a 6th or 7th, you take the asset, but it just comes down to is that money worth more than I'm trying to think of someone that would be available, but like in the past, like Yannick Ngakoue was a guy that was always available that you could get for $5 or $7 million. Like, not saying Ngakoue is the kind of guy right now, but like that's that question. That type of player, is that the guy that's going to help me get from 10 to 11 wins or 11 to 12? Like, is that veteran cornerback? And we'll see who gets cut post June 1st. Who are all these cuts that are very expensive that they have to wait? I think that Spot Track has a list of all the designated June 1st cuts, which I can take a look at. But there's going to be a lot of guys that people know that are going to be available here in what, a month and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm looking at the next few picks here. Bucks, Packers, Chargers, Bears are the next 4 to get on the clock here. Yeah, it's turning out. So we got to wait a bit. So we got, because who do we got next? Then our next pick is what? We're looking at
92.
92, unless we make a trade. But I think that was our big splash. Getting the 35, pick 35 there from Tennessee. So,
I mean, I think you can say you got 3 starters with your 3 50 picks.
Oh yeah,
top 50 picks.
Oh yeah, I think it's safe to say that too. I mean, and especially the way Mike likes to, run his defense there. And yeah, Aoyo, I think you picked him because you want to insert him with Kubiak right away.
Right.
I think that's going to be exciting. I'm already thinking about. Yeah, it's funny when you get fired up with the draft and all of a sudden the first few picks and you now you're just like in. Yeah, let's just get on the field right now. You just want to get on the field and see these guys. You're like, okay, how's this offense going to look? How's Sam going to pair up with him and the new receivers, and then plus Zable, and that line, and we're just going to have such a different look,
such a different vibe,
a different philosophy on the offense. I mean, I was happy with the Kubiak signing. I was happy with I was a little disappointed. Obviously, I think like everyone else that there wasn't a big splash at the guard spot in free agency. But then when you take a step back and we've been critical of Schneider, but you really did look at the market and you said it wasn't that deep. It wasn't that great, and that a lot of people said that about this. And then the one guy they targeted, Minnesota gave him way too many years. I mean, I wasn't mad that they weren't trying to match that. And I think Dahlman just had no interest. It was just like, I think his sights were set.
He knew he was going to Chicago for a while.
Right. So there's only so many things that you can do there. But other than that, I mean, and you're not giving him a pass, but you said, okay, I mean, it is what it is. Other than that, it's been a pretty solid offseason from really day one. I mean, the fact that honestly, and the fact that they let Grubb go when they let him go was great, because it was like, we're not wasting time. We're not gonna waste time here. This is not time wasting. Like, we knew that you weren't good enough from week 3 probably, and we just decided to wait till the end. But you've seen these moves, and it's been like you've seen the presence of Mike Macdonald having an effect with Schneider too, and you could tell Mike sort of knows what he wants. You saw it in the middle of the season when he got rid of 2 linebackers. That we thought maybe one of those guys was going to get an extension when we signed both those guys. Like, oh, maybe they'll extend one, and it was clear Mike was like, nah, this isn't working for me. And then look what happened. And they turned it around. So that's what I do like about Mike Macdonald. He just seems to know what he wants, and he doesn't mess around. So yeah, man, I'm excited to see who else we get here. But so far, man, I mean, if you look back and say last year, Byron Murphy, and to me that was like the extent of kind of getting excited.
Yeah,
I don't know how was it for you? Like, if you think back to last year.
Yeah, so I was pretty big on the don't let Michael Penix leave your backyard.
Right.
Go make a move and go get him. But I in no way thought he was going to number 8 to Atlanta. Like, that was never crossed my mind. My thought was, if Denver took Nix over Penix, then immediately go trade up and go get him. Because I was very high on JJ McCarthy and I was very high on Michael Penix. Not that I say I wasn't high on Nix. I wouldn't have traded up to go get Nix. And so then when that kind of like shook me, and I was like, okay, this really is going to be a draft dominated by the quarterbacks. I don't think there was another player I was sitting there hoping for
Right.
like Byron Murphy felt like, I can't believe Byron Murphy's going to fall to us. Like,
Right.
oh no, the Colts. I think the Colts were above us, and they ended up taking Latu from UCLA. And I was
Right.
like, oh man, they're gonna take Byron Murphy. All right, well I can get behind taking an edge in Latu. And then they took Latu, and I was like, okay, all right. Like I like Latu, but like Byron Murphy's the best defensive player in this class.
Yeah.
And so to see that happen, and I think the only other guy I was thinking of was the edge rusher, Dallas Turner, that went to Minnesota a couple picks
Right.
later. So like the thought of getting either of those two felt like a home run. But obviously, like as we saw last year, the defense had to learn a completely new system. There was a little bit of a talent issue, and then we made steady improvements. We went out and we acquired Ernest Jones, which
Right.
I believe was for a fourth, right? A third or a fourth round
You
pick.
think it was a fourth? Yeah.
Yeah. So when we're picking at 137, you're like, man, this is such a long break between 92 and 137. Just remember, we have, in my opinion, a top 8 or 10 linebacker in the NFL in Ernest Jones, locked up to a very team friendly contract. So, like,
Hmm.
that's a trade that I think really worked out. The Leonard Williams trade was expensive, but he's locked up and just played like an all pro defensive tackle. Like, these moves, like, I felt like there was this 5 year window where John Schneider just couldn't get a base hit to save his life. But Russell Wilson was kind of in his prime, kind of keeping us afloat. And now that
Yeah.
Russ is gone, the Geno thing has worked out. And it's worked out as well as getting assets for him. The DK stuff has worked out. The Russ trade, I think, has worked out. Everything has been working out. The only thing that hasn't happened yet is Seattle drafting a potential franchise quarterback, but that might not be what they're doing because they might truly believe Sam Darnold is that kind of guy. But I don't know. It just, these things are kind of cyclical, and it feels like John is kind of in his this nice little, feels almost like a Baltimore Ravens groove at the moment. And how much of that is Mike McDonald? I think it's probably a good deal. But they definitely feel like they're a partnership. So credit to
Yeah.
both sides for, I don't feel like we're holding on as a 10 or 11 team because Russell Wilson's going to save us. I feel like we're a really good team that's going to compete for 10 or 11 wins. And we're probably just one, maybe two blue chips away from making that jump.
Yeah, no, for sure. What to you? I mean, blue chip. I mean, you thinking edge? You think that's that blue chip we need?
I think you're probably, I mean, we'll see what happens with the Royal, but I think you needed a blue chip receiving threat, and I think JSN one more year like he had last year, and I would consider him a blue chip player. And I thought he was a blue chip player coming out of the draft. Just
Yeah.
the 3 cone drill, the shuttle, like he, basically his profile was Julian Edelman on steroids, and like Julian Edelman, a lot of people remember him for the playoffs and stuff. It's like I think that's kind of how you to think of him. Like he was unguardable once January and February football turned on, and as we saw this year, JSN looked pretty unguardable for a while.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think DK Metcalf is going to keep being gone is going to keep him from not getting better. And if we can get 80% of what Cooper Cup has been, that receiving core
Oh
is in a good spot. And now you have Barner and Arroyo running that 12 personnel. I don't know. I just feel like we're getting there. But yeah, sorry, blue chip. I think we are an edge piece away, and probably a quarterback away is probably the best way I would describe it. And this is assuming that Zable is a red chip player, like a Pro Bowl caliber player. And this is assuming Nick Emenwari is going to come in and be a starter level player. I still think you're just one star edge rusher away from that defense being okay. That's one of the 3 or 4 best defenses in football. And then I
Mm,
think you're probably a quarterback away. And I'm not saying Sam's not that guy. Maybe he is. He looked for the first 15, 16 games of the season, and then he had, a truly nightmare disaster ending. Maybe you can make the case, oh, another star wide receiver or something, but it feels like the pieces are in place, and if Sam can stay healthy and protected, we're gonna put up points because
mm.
and like you said, I think Mike and Kubiak are gonna play that ball control, smash mouth style. Like you're not gonna see the games anymore where Russell Wilson had the ball for like 22 minutes, right?
Right.
Like
Right.
I think
Right.
those days are gone. Like I think you're gonna see out of 17 games this year, I think you're gonna see 9 of those games or more where we are winning the time of possession battle.
Yeah. Well, That would be nice because I think we've gone too long where we're not, and I think yeah, I think I agree. I think edge. I think you're just that blue chip edge. I like our edges. We're good, but we're not game wrecking yet. And like
Yeah.
inside could get nice. Leonard and Byron, I think is going to take a step, but just need that guy. Just like we've
Hmm.
seen it in our own division, and we need it. And I think that's where you are, like you said, that they make this defense that number 2-3 defense and just elite. The quarterback thing, yeah, that's a tough one because when you really look at it, man, how many teams have that guy? It's especially
There's about
nowadays.
7 guys. Yeah, there's about
Yeah,
7.
max, right? And I think so
Hmm.
like it's tough to be in that 7. So I think if Sam can be good, I think
Can
it's just
can
gonna
Sam
they're
can
they
Sam be Brock Purdy with
oh,
more of
yeah,
a
I
cannon?
think he could easily be Brock Purdy. I mean, I'm not the biggest believer in Brock Purdy still. I think that,
Yeah.
I think it'd just be a huge mistake to give him the back up the Brinks truck for that
No,
kid.
no, 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 no. That's a good idea. Remember, it's a good
Good
idea.
idea. You're right. Sorry. Yeah. If John Lynch is listening. But, no, but for real, I think that he can easily be like that. I think I don't want to call them like game managers, but
Hmm.
essentially manage the game. Don't turn the ball over. And to me, and I get it. I enjoyed Gino here while he was here for the 3 seasons. I thought he did well for us. The first season obviously it was a fun year. The team was
Hmm.
projected to be very bad, and they make the playoffs, and it was like, here we go. But it was getting a little tiring for me with the turnovers, to be honest with you, and the red zone was a killer. So for me,
Right.
I don't want to see that ball, man. I want to see protect the football, right? Protect the football. You
Hmm.
turn the ball over, you're going to lose football games, and that's what we can't have. And I think what you just mentioned, they're not going to have that approach. They're not going to be slinging it around the field all day. So I think that'll automatically should lessen that kind of play. So yeah, I mean, obviously things weren't helping Gino either with Ryan Grubb and some of the line issues, but I think Sam can be serviceable. He can be good, and and you look where he came from too, right? He got drafted to the Jets.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
Arguably the worst franchise in the NFL.
right. It's set up to fail, and then the Carolina debacle, right? I mean, who's going to
Hmm.
succeed there? I remember because I don't know if you know, but I'm a huge Baker Mayfield guy. I've been even in college. I loved him. I just love the attitude. I
I'm an
absolutely
Oklahoma
loved him.
Sooners fan, so you're preaching to the choir.
Okay, perfect. And then I loved
Yeah.
him in Cleveland, and I thought, wow, like they got something.
Hmm.
And the amount of hate the guy got through I was just like, I don't get it.
Hmm.
And I really believe because it was he plays with the chip on his shoulder, he plays with that attitude. But then he goes to Carolina and people were like, see, told you, told you. What did you expect? And then Sam's there,
Yeah.
Baker's there. I mean, it was a mess. So Sam, he's at two massive franchises and then goes to San Francisco, hangs out there, probably learns a lot, and then gets in a really good situation again last year. So you see the difference when you're in your setup in a good spot. He was the third overall pick. He's got a ton
Right.
of talent, and he's not old.
Right.
We're not talking about a guy. It's like, okay, he wasn't Geno Smith where he's riding the bench for 10 years. This
Hmm.
guy's 27 years old, so he's in the prime of his career. So I do think they're thinking, hey, this could go either way. This could this guy could even elevate even better than last year. Who knows? And maybe his ceiling's not reached. So I just think it's a wait and see approach for me and Sam Darnold. And I think it's a Seahawks approach too. I don't think they're chomping at the bit here for a QB at all. Yeah.
No,
What do
you
you
should, there's. I think John's just waiting for that guy to come to him, right? Like
Mhm.
letting it happen. You know, they could have easily have gone out and took Shador Sanders at 50 or 52 and been
True.
like, or traded up to go get him. Like, no, I'm just saying like they could go up try to force a
Yeah.
square into a round hole. type of thing. And I think they're very comfortable. Again, if the season ended after week 16, before the final two games of Sam Darnold's career or season, like I think there would have been 15 teams that would have been stoked to have signed him. And
Oh,
I
exactly.
feel like that market just got absolutely destroyed
For sure.
because of just some. I mean, he got sacked 10 times in that wild card loss to the Rams. 10 times. Name a quarterback. How did Patrick Mahomes look like a top 5 quarterback in that Super Bowl?
No, maybe bottom
No,
five.
exactly. Yeah, right, exactly. And that his fault? I mean, maybe
No,
some of the protection stuff or decisions was bad, but like
sure.
he had no time to run. Like that's what I'm saying. Like
No.
we saw in Seattle when Sam Darnold didn't have a lot of time, he still in the rain, through the rain, made those plays, made that deep throw, arguably one of the best throws of the season to beat the Seahawks and knock us out of a division title. Like don't forget in that win over Seattle, like Sam has the tools. There is no question he was a more talented quarterback than Baker Mayfield in that draft. There was just other stuff that came into it, and it's all about the environment, all about where you end up. And Baker Mayfield, like you said, is
Yeah.
a great example of that. Sam Darnold is a great example of that. He went to the Kyle Shanahan sanctuary where he spent an entire year with Clint Kubiak as they went to the Super Bowl as a backup. And then what does he do? Next year, he gets to go play for Kevin O'Connell, who's
Yeah.
arguably right there with Shanahan, according to a lot of people. Haven't seen it in the playoffs yet, but over the course of that season, he looked great. And yes, it helps having Justin Jefferson. He also had a shitty offensive line. The running game was sparse at best, and he didn't have TJ Hawkinson for half the year. And he still was a Pro Bowl quarterback, was a borderline. I believe, what was he? What did he finish? 7th or 8th in MVP voting, I believe. Like, he had an amazing year. And now there is no Justin Jefferson. Like, we have to just acknowledge that. But I also feel like this offense looks like a very high floor offense. This is, in my opinion, an offense that JSN, Cooper Cup, the duo tight ends that you have now, a hopefully improved offensive line, and then the combo of K9 and Charbonnet, like that just feels like, oh yeah, that's a top 12 to 15 offense.
Yeah.
And
And I
there's
think
nothing bad about that.
no, that's what you'd be happy with that, right?
Yeah, he
And I
finished
think
10th in MVP voting.
well, there you go. So, and I think you're right that the last two games, I think because of his, whatever you want to call it, history, teams have him on a short leash as far as like when he enters that
Right.
free agency period. So it's like, you get a little scared, like, oh, okay, he's reverting back to old Sam Darnold, right? And I think that's
Mm-hmm.
the thought. You know what? We're good. We've seen enough. We don't have Justin Jefferson. That's the true Sam Darnold that came out. I'm not saying that's true, but to your point, if he balled out, the price would have been higher. There would have been other suitors.
Right.
This was perfect scenario because you look at the market for quarterbacks. I mean, it was slim pickings, and then the fact
Mm-hmm.
that your guy was set on, no, I'm dead set on 45, no negotiations, basically saying I want to get out of Seattle.
Right.
And here's this guy here that had a pretty good year, like you said, 10th in MVP voting. Man, perfect. I mean, like I said, perfect pivot. You couldn't ask for anything better in this market, and the fact that the quarterback draft isn't great this year either. It's not like you had a
Right.
thin free
Exactly.
agency, loaded draft. That would have been different. It was thin across the board. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
look at it right now. Yeah, what quarterbacks? Jackson Dart, which I like, but again, late first round. He's
Mm-hmm.
gonna sit. He's gonna be a again, I think it's a great situation for him. I love the fact that he's has Russell Wilson there to learn from, and a couple of veterans there, so that's great for Jackson. But yeah, you look at this. I'm surprised of I don't want to talk about Shador much, but just the fact that all the hype he's had and how a lot of teams they try to there was always a team that reaches for a QB, no matter how thin or bad the class is. I mean, I go back to, man, just touching on the Shador thing just because he hasn't been picked yet. How much does it have to do with the baggage, with the whole Dion thing, with the whole and the whole is this the kid you want leading? You see the spectacle even at the house. And I look, he might be a good kid, but
Mm-hmm.
this to me that I don't know if that's the way you want to start rolling around presenting yourself to NFL teams at that position. Like I said, if you're a stud receiver, even if you're uh oh my goodness, drawing a blank. Number 2 pick, Travis.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
go for it. Do it. You know, like that. It's you're a receiver. You got the like. That to me is a position where it's a little different. Yeah, and because there's just so much that goes into the quarterback, like whether you like it or not, that the QB position is the face of the franchise.
yes.
And whether you like that, any other sport, that is the one position where not only do you need to be good and have the intangibles, but you got to be the ultimate leader. And to me, I think this plays a factor of why he's still available, man.
No, I agree. Like everything he does is pretty good on the field. Like nothing there again, there's just nothing that's great. Like there's
Right.
no separators. And then you add in the fact that he played with a guy that was playing like a man amongst boys in Travis Hunter, that every time they threw him the ball, he looked like he was wide open.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they were, that first year they were losing. And so he threw the ball a lot. And I'm not saying that he had a great year last year. Like I'm not saying he wasn't a good player. But you did see things. You saw him get into a scuffle with a ball boy, an opposing ball boy. There's rumors that his conversation in New York with Brian Dable did not go well. Like not even like it wasn't a good thing. It like did not go well. Like it was very clear they both left the room knowing that they are not going to work together and stuff. And this is from the guy that was wearing, red and blue Giants shoes when he was working out with Cam Ward and doing all those things. And I think there he is, Tate Ratledge to the Detroit Lions. What a perfect fit
for the Lions. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he is going to be if he's healthy, which he gets nicked up a lot, but when he is healthy, man, that is that mullet in Detroit is going to be unbelievable.
Oh my god. Yeah, like you said, he was still available for us, but I think you got the
you got your guy.
You got your guy. You got the position that our new guy on the other side of the ball needs. Not only wants, he needs that kind of player in the system. With the Raiders are up, man. We were just talking about Shedeur.
This is it. This is it.
This to make or break, right?
It's either now or never,
or he falls down to maybe 100 or something, right? I could see it that if all teams, right, it would be a perfect fit.
Well, yeah, if you're Shedeur, you get to sit behind Geno Smith for a year,
right?
And then maybe 2 years. I don't know. It's just that question. Like, I think we're past the point where Shedeur's coming somewhere and he's going to start this year. I think that's over.
I agree.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, I think you'd sit behind Geno for at least a year and then compete, see what they like. And
is Geno the guy that's going to want to teach him, or do you think it's going to be cold shoulder?
I could see him taking under his wing. I think at his age, Geno will be at that point. If he plays a couple more years, he's 37.
Right.
I mean, just knowing what you've seen out of Geno in Seattle, I think. Yeah, I don't look at him like an Aaron Rodgers kind of,
Oh my man, the pick is in. They did not take Shedeur Sanders. I love their pick. I love their pick for Geno. I love it for Geno, man.
Yeah, Bash, man. Like
what
you said,
what a Pete Carroll guy. What a Pete Carroll guy. Yeah, so you got Genty, Bowers, and Besh. That's an interesting young trio with old man Geno.
Yeah, Besh, Bowers, and Genty. Yeah, that's going to be. I mean, I'm definitely going to be tuning into Raiders games this year. Not because of Jack Besh, but just because obviously I want to see Carroll and Geno and then see what happens with. Like you said, with some of the young guys here, and I you know what, it's great to see Pete back in the league. I I'm gonna probably look at the Geno thing. I think he wanted out of Seattle, and I think
Yeah.
I think a lot of it, I think we talked about is the Pete Carroll thing. Um, so yeah, I'm good with it. Like I hope they do okay. It's going to be a hell of a tough division. So I don't know, man. I don't have high hopes for the team, but definitely be tuning in and watching some games for sure.
Honestly, the
But
AFC West is going to be must-watch TV when we're not watching the Seahawks.
exactly, yeah, Harbaugh against Carroll and Mahomes, and yeah, it's gonna. But yeah, this kid is this kid's nice. Yeah, so okay, so I mean, not that we're gonna keep talking about it, but Shador not going there, like you said, you look down the rest of the teams. I mean, now it's like, dude, like you're falling out of the second round. I mean, that's crazy, man. I mean, here's a guy that thought he could have been a top 10 pick. You know. Oh, we lost Mike right now. Sorry, I was watching the draft. Yeah, guys, look, let's recap. I mean, look at what John's done. If anyone's just tuning in, Zable at 18 yesterday got our guy at guard. I mean, hats off to John doing his thing and filling that void what we need to do, and then to get aggressive and move up and make the trade with the Tennessee Titans. You give up 52-82 and get Nick Emani. Mike is back. So yeah, I was just doing a recap there, but yeah. So with the Shador thing, man, I just think this guy thought he was probably a top 10 pick, and that's kind of a storyline just to watch in this draft. Obviously, aside from what the main focus is in the Seahawks, definitely a storyline that we got to keep watching, man, because they made it a spectacle. And have they even went to? Does he even have his setup going on that he had?
I just saw on the Bleacher Report app just kind of showed me that there's a picture of Shiloh and him sitting on or at the house watching. I haven't looked at it yet, but I mean, you're talking about Shador. This is worse than who was his Brady Quinn. This is worse than Aaron Rodgers. This is worse than Will Levis. Like Will Levis was probably the comp, and this is far worse.
Right.
Like Will Levis thought he was going number 4 to Indianapolis before they surprised and went with Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
Which who knows if Seattle ever would have taken Anthony Richardson over Witherspoon. And then that cost Will Levis about 30 picks. Shador, I assume at this point yesterday knew he wasn't going number 3 anymore. I assume he was hoping for 21 to the Steelers. And now we are at pick 59. And again, like we talked about, looking at this board, unless somebody trades up for him, which I think is very possible at this point, because probably the cost to move up is very small. And it's just like, could he go in the 70s? Like he might fall to the 70s, which is just, if you told me before that, like you watched, I assume you watched some college football. Like if you watched Shador Sanders play, I think we both would agree he is at least a top 70 player, right?
I mean, yeah, for sure. But like, I just go back to the whole
supply and demand and the storyline.
Storyline, and like I said, Dion's didn't do many favors. I mean, I just think teams look at that more than ever now, man. I mean, this isn't play money anymore. This is huge investment into these guys, and especially at the quarterback. And I think, if you draft a guy to be your quarterback, you're hoping he's the guy. Like not if you pick him in the 5th round, but if you're picking him in the 1st round, you're picking him to be your next dude. Or why would you pick him? So
exactly. But even Mike Green is still available too. That's just crazy, man.
Well, Mike Green, yeah, no, for sure. No, there's some guys on the board, man.
Okay, so looking at the 3rd round, you got Cleveland at 67, and the Raiders again at 68. I
Who is
mean,
on the
I
clock?
guess the Ravens are on the clock, and they are picking 58, right? They're picking 59. So you got Browns at 67, Raiders at 68, Jets at 73.
The Jets. Well, I mean, they got Fields now, which I'm not high on at all.
Yeah, I mean, I guess his best case to start would be Cleveland. Not to start day one, but to get a chance to actually play soon would be Cleveland or the Jets, right?
I
Like
would say
Pete's not going to bench Geno until
no.
Tom Brady steps in and tells him you're doing it. And
Yeah, no, it's got to be Tom Brady.
when it ends. Yeah.
It's got to be Tom Brady stepping. No, I think if he's a Raider, I think that's that. I mean, that's a good scenario for him because he does get to sit, whether he wants to or not. It's a fact
Mm-hmm.
that you're going to be able to ease into the NFL behind a veteran guy, and I think, and you're with a coach with like Pete Carroll, so I think that would be a good spot for him. The Browns. That Browns would be a good spot for him to start. Yeah, absolutely. Or the best bet, or the Jets. I guess he competes with Justin Fields, but
Yeah. Browns is
wow.
what, Joe Flacco, right? I believe Joe Flacco's with the Browns.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember who the
It just
Browns
it
QB
feels
is
like
right
there's a
now.
carousel of quarterbacks there, man. I mean,
Mm.
even when they had Deshaun Watson, like it
Yeah, it's
was
Kenny
still a
Pickett and
it
Joe
was still a
Flacco.
yeah, it was still a carousel of QBs when Watson was there. It was like Watson and I don't know. It's like every week there was a new guy starting or something. It was what a mess, eh? Like what a mess of a. You could have just kept Baker Mayfield. We could have avoided all of that stuff. I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
I mean, you would have had Baker Mayfield, and you would have had 3 first round picks on this roster that you'd be using. Like the Browns, what do they look like? Even if they only hit on one of those 3, like they're probably just in such a better spot because they don't have all that money in Deshaun. Just
Yeah.
I remember I was at a work conference when that trade came down,
Oh, it
and
was
it
wild,
immediately
right?
became, oh yeah, well, because remember we thought Seattle had checked in on Deshaun, and it was just after all the masseuse allegations and
It
stuff, and
was
like,
just yeah, it was right in the beginning.
and I think Seahawk fans were still in this like really like struggling to accept that Russell Wilson was gone phase.
I was banging on the
And
table. I'm not gonna lie. I said, hey, let's just we let Russ go. Let's bring Deshaun in.
do you remember the game when he came to Seattle and looked like Michael Jordan out there?
Yeah,
And it took
yeah.
Russell Wilson and Jimmy Graham basically having a miracle comeback to win. Like he looked so good in that game that I was like, man, if you can give me that, like there's a lot. There's not trying to make light of the situation, but there's a lot a franchise will put up with for that kind of player. And I think that is where Cleveland ended up at. And they thought they were getting that guy. And the guy that was up 24-0 on Patrick Mahomes in the divisional round the year Mahomes won his first Super Bowl. Like
Yeah,
Mahomes or Watson was up 24-0 and had
I
him.
know.
And
I remember that.
like it's just crazy how much has changed since then. Because that was, I believe, his last playoff game. There might be another one if I remember, but
Well, I mean, he was
I
out of
believe,
football for what 2 full years.
yeah, tore his ACL, and then there was the
Yeah,
issue with
suspension.
the legal stuff and the suspension, and
Yeah.
it seems
So I
like
mean,
that guy is gone. You know,
well, he's
that type of
completely
player
gone,
is
and then
gone.
you're out of football for 2 years, plus then the weight of
Hmm.
all the allegations and the mental side of stuff like that. I mean, you're not going to be the same guy.
Hmm.
The Browns obviously thought he was, and hoped he could get back to that, but they just outbid everybody. They just came in and said, "Here's all this guaranteed cash," and you're like, "All right,
Yeah,
everyone else is
Seattle
out,
was
I
never going
guess."
to do that. Yeah, Seattle was never
No,
going to do
nobody.
that in the post Paul Allen world for
Well,
sure.
nobody was right there. Like there
Hmm.
was what Cleveland wasn't even on the radar until they came
Right.
in. It's like even the whole Miles Garrett thing, right? Like I want out of Cleveland. Cleveland's like, well, hey, we'll fix this. How does all this
Mhm.
guaranteed sound? And then he goes and re-signs, right? And it's like,
Right.
it's just such a, I don't get it, man. I don't understand
Ravens.
how some of these guys run some of these organizations, right? It's just
Right. So
pick.
the Ravens took Mike Green.
Oh, there you go. Of course.
That's a Ravens pick. Seahawks and
You know,
Ravens just making those kind of
yeah.
picks, man.
It's just funny when you see how certain organizations operate, right? And
Mhm.
they're just consistent with their ways of doing things in the
Yeah.
draft. And it's like, yeah, you know what? We'll just let everyone else mess up, and
Yeah.
we'll let a guy like Mike Green follow us, and
Yeah.
we're obviously going to pick him. Steelers
And
are like that too.
yep. You know he's going to be good too.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, he fell,
All
man.
right.
Like,
Yeah. Probably fell what? At least 30 spots from
right,
everything started out in the draft process before Mobile, before the Senior Bowl.
right, yeah. So there's the
So
Broncos go get a running back here.
yeah, Daniel Jeremiah was really high on RJ Harvey. He had him as a guy that he thought he told Brock and Salk that if he made it to day 3, that's the guy he thinks Seattle could go make a move for, even with our stable of running backs. But obviously, not even close to making it to day 3.
No,
He has a top 60 pick. All right, so we are what? We're 31 picks away, so we're essentially a round away. Um,
yeah. So I'm just looking at the Broncos offense here. Sutton, they got Harvey, Bo. Denver, man, Denver to me is the way they turn their franchise around post Russ is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of at that make or break moment where it was, do we need to trade Sertan to also, you know,
Yeah,
move things forward? And it worked out because they didn't. Because I mean, he won Defensive Player of the Year, and
right.
they made the playoffs, and they hung with the Bills for at least a half, I'd say. And I'm
Yeah,
still
with
curious
the
what their
rookie,
ceiling is, but yeah,
of course.
they're respectable again.
Here's another team too, right here. Wow, we're like, what an impressive year, Dan Quinn and Jaden
Hmm.
Daniels, and that's why that was frustrating as a Seahawk fan last year too. When you're like, man, look at these teams leapfrogging us, and we're just middling. We're middling. I think that's why it's now we're starting to see a little bit of a change here, and you getting a little excited about it. Because I feel like John's operating a little bit differently here with Mike, and
Yeah, I feel like it's no longer of like, man, how are we going to get out of this rut? It's more
right,
of how can we get to the Eagles, the Rams, and the Commanders and the Lions? Like, how
exactly.
can we jump into that? How can we jump into that power 4, that core 4 of the NFC? And there's a few other teams that are right there with us trying to do the same thing, but like, I don't know, it just feels like there's a door that might be opening where that Rams spot might move out and we can slide in there and potentially be, oh man, we're a game away from the NFC Championship. Like that's what I want to get back to. Like it's been what, since 2019 since we've been in that spot in the divisional round, and obviously that's not the ceiling I want. I want us to be thinking Super Bowl, but in
Right.
order to get to that, you need to make the next step. And I feel like this draft, the way last season ended, even with the disappointments against those home losses were brutal. Like I do feel like we're getting closer to that spot where we're making that baby step, and that's what you have to do. Just keep making these baby steps to trying to win a division.
Yeah, I think you just look at the upper echelon teams and say, are we in that grouping? You know what I mean? Like I look at it
Yeah.
like the Rams, and you look at your teams in division, but I'm more of a focus on us kind of guy and say,
Hmm.
what kind of team are we? I'm not worried about the Niners. I'm not worried about the Rams. Yes, we have to worry about them as far as, hey, if we want to win a division, we have to have more wins. But like you said, you want to get to where the Eagles are. You want to get to where the Lions are, right? And so,
Hmm.
it great if you win a crappy division. You're going to be one and done anyway. So let's get to that point. Take the baby steps to get there. Are we getting there? And that's sort of how I want to judge this team, because if you look at last year, and a lot of times people try to judge a team on wins and losses, right? And
Hmm.
that's cool, but I look at it like, where do you really think you are as a team at the end of the season? Were you better than last year? Were you better than the last
Right.
2 years or whatever? And when I look at it, uh, it was a tough year last year. Now there's a transition with this defense. So when I look at the defense, I was like, okay, I'm happy with the turnaround. Mike's implementing a whole new system. The second half, you saw those steps being taken. That was a positive to
Right.
come next year. Now you're building off of it. You got the safety that you wanted. You're gonna have guys coming back. Byron Murphy another year. But when you looked at last year and some of the games we played, we were not even close. We got smacked around by some
Mhm.
of those teams. Green Bay came in our house, whooped us. Buffalo came in, whooped us. Coming into our house. So that was a sign where we're not there yet, man. I don't care if we win 10 games. That means nothing to me. I want to see where we are projecting and how is this team, building, like you said, like taking the baby steps. And to me, the defense, yeah. Now the offense, we're gonna have a whole new look. But I like the direction of the guys they
Mhm.
brought in with Clint Kubiak and some of the mindset. So I like that's a positive for me. So like you said, was some of the pieces that we have here now, I can see this team taking that next step to, getting to where they want to be as far as and I think the division is just up for the taking for sure. I mean, it's up for the
Right.
taking last year. It's going to be the same again this year. And our schedules, like you mentioned earlier in the show, it's pretty favorable. I mean, very, very favorable.
Yeah, for sure. And like that defense, just again, we saw it with McDonald in Baltimore. The year 1 to year 2 was substantial, and then the 2 to 3 was without question one of the greatest defenses in DVOA history that we saw. And a couple mistakes in the AFC Championship game kept them from going to the Super Bowl. And I'm not saying that that's the trajectory Seattle's on, but like, why can't it be, right? From a defensive side, I think a lot of the pieces are in place, and with our defensive line and getting Ernest Jones and Spoon and now Nick Emenwari, like there's a lot of exciting pieces to see, and we'll see what they do here today and tomorrow. But like a big part of that jump defensively is a good offense, time of possession, controlling the
Yeah.
clock, moving the chains. How do you do that? You have a strong interior offensive line that doesn't get blown up every 2 or 3 passing plays. You have an athletic tight end that can do everything pretty well, that is now probably either the best number 2 tight end in the NFL or is now a very exciting young rookie number 1 tight end that's going to help you as a rack monster move the chains. Like I just feel like there were so many games where if we could just get a first down or two, like I remember even the Buffalo game. If I remember
Yeah.
correctly, like we were down 13 or 14 to 3 and we got an interception. And like we had the ball at like the 35-yard line. Even if you just get a few yards and kick a field goal, it's a 1-score game. And I think we didn't even do that. If I remember correctly, like Gino got sacked on second and third down, and we just never had a shot. Like those are those little things where like if you just put a few points on the board, if you put a touchdown on the board, as bad as that game looked originally, it was 14-10, probably early second quarter. Like that just feels different. And
Yeah.
like I feel like Mike's defense is going to create a lot of opportunities here in the future with our sacks and just good defensive play. Mike, I think, proved very much last year that he's got a good idea or a good handle on what Kyle Shanahan wants to do and what Sean McVay wants to do. And I believe if I look, once all the changes got made to the linebackers and stuff, I'm looking at our scores last year. We lost to the Rams 20-26 in overtime. So we held them to
Mhm.
20 points. And if you remember, Geno threw the 100-yard pick six that cost us a division title. So we actually held them to 13 points in regulation. And then the next week we went into San Francisco and we won 20-17. And then at the end of the year, when there was again, we were playing against Jimmy Garoppolo and the season kind of fell over, but we still held them to 25 points on the road, and like if you tell me next year that's the score, the average of those scores is what we're going to hold the Rams and the 49ers to, then we're probably going 3-1 against those guys. And if we
Right.
go 3-1 against those guys, we're winning the NFC West. No
Right.
disrespect to the Arizona Cardinals, who, by the way, we held to 18 points on the road and we held to 6 points at home. Like that, you talked about taking care of yourself, and taking care of yourself means also taking care of your division. And if Mike McDonald feels like he's got a good idea of what the Cardinals and the Niners, and he did that with Baltimore too, he took it to McVay and Shanahan on prime time. Like that's big. And if we can just have a halfway decent offensive line and a decent offense that can move the chains, we don't have the DK Metcalf home run guy anymore. Like that's not there. But if we can paper cut our way through to 24 to 26 points a game, we're going to win 12 games. Like I truly just believe, and we might not be a Super Bowl contender, but I think all the pieces are in place to get to 12 wins, which, believe it or not, that starts to put you in that conversation.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. I think we are but like you said, like the Rams pick 6 game stuff like that. I really think some of that stuff you're going to see cleaned up. Just a different offensive approach as well, right? So uh and like you said,
For
time of
sure.
possession, running the football, just keeping the offense out in the field a little longer. We don't have to, hit home runs and none of that, and I think this defense, you brought up the Cardinals. Yeah, we dominated them. I can't remember which game it was, but it just felt like, a pure defensive domination, and that was when you started getting excited about this defense, when those games were happening and you're like, okay, like we don't even have to do much on offense. Or I remember at the time, because the season was just so frustrating with Grubb, you're like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
it can be a little bit of an afterthought now because just this defense is balling. Like, okay, yes, we want the offense to get on track, but I'm so excited about this defense that it'll take care of itself maybe down the road. But
Mm-hmm.
right now, this is such a domination. And then it got you excited about what this defense can really become. And then you remember that, oh yeah, Mike McDonald's running it. So, we know what he did in Baltimore. Took a, last place to a middle of the pack to number one.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a formula. And as long as he gets the guys he wants, and that was a big thing. You mentioned linebackers, big part of his defense. Got rid of both those guys. So it's
Yeah,
guys
didn't
that
wait very
he
long,
needs.
did he?
And that's what you like about him. And I love Pete Carroll, and I think everybody loves Pete Carroll. And a lot of people were ready for the change. But the one knock on Pete was sometimes he was loyal to guys and kept
Mm-hmm.
guys around here too long that maybe shouldn't have been here. And Mike obviously doesn't really have any ties to anybody in the year one, but I don't think he's that guy. Even if guys say, I think
No.
this is football, this is business. It's about wins and losses. It's not about keeping you around because you're a fan favorite. And you can come back in the building, later in street clothes. But I think this is how he's gonna run it, and I
Mm-hmm.
like that because you got to know when it's time, and that's a hard decision to make. If you got an old Richard Sherman or old Legion of Boom or whatever, and it's not a personal thing. So I like the way Mike operates. I don't know yet how he is entirely in that locker room. That I think that's yet to be seen with the guys. It's interesting because you can tell that you knew Pete was a locker room guy.
Yeah.
Hence why Gino went to Vegas. Hence why you watch the Get Got podcast with DK Metcalf, basically saying in so many words, I'm not digging the new way.
Yep.
And that was a Pete Carroll effect because he played his whole career with Pete and then had to transition over to Mike. And that's fine. People can like
Mm-hmm.
certain coaches, and that's fine. But that's definitely a fact. So you can't judge Mike on that. It's not a knock on Mike, but it's to be determined how he really gathers that locker room. I think X's and O's.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question about it. But
Right.
he's going over from coordinator to head coach, and
Mm-hmm.
and I believe in Mike McDonald. I'm just saying that's not an easy transition. Some people just think it's like, well, that's just the next step. So and because being that personable guy too with the guys, even though these guys are pros and grown men, they it means a lot to them, to have to a guy like that to get behind and stuff like that. So, but again, I like Mike. I like how he operates, and he knows what he wants. So I really like that. So yeah, man. So far, so good in this draft. Like you and I was saying, man, like This is I just wish they had another pick coming up here pretty soon. Like it was just
I
kind of
know
like bang
that's the only
bang.
down. That's the only
Yeah.
downside of. Again,
Yeah.
I would 100 times out of 100 I would take Nick Emmanwori
Agree.
for 52 and 82.
Agree.
But yes, it does create that window where you thought we were going to have boom boom and then a little bit of break
Yeah.
and then boom boom, and instead it was a stunner, which honestly we shouldn't have thought it was a stunner after what we had heard a little bit of Schneider, and then I think Mike Garofalo was the one that kind of made it a point that it sounded like Seattle was getting ready to move up.
Right.
So one guy that I was big on, very very high on, is just about to get taken by the Philadelphia Eagles. But this is before Nick Emmanwori was drafted. But I will say it somewhat slowly. But the safety out
Yeah.
of Texas, Andrew Mukuba, was selected, and I thought he was a guy that could come in and potentially be a Kobe Bryant replacement. But he's going to
Right.
go to Philadelphia. So here we go again. I used to write about this for 12th Man Rising, and I'll probably write
Right.
about it for field goals. But every year during the Super Bowl, I write about the lessons that Seattle can learn from these two teams. And again, we talked about Baltimore. Again, talking about Kansas City and Philadelphia. What they just do here, Kansas City just went and got another defensive tackle for the trenches in
Mm.
Norman Lott out of Tennessee, who I was a big fan of. And then the Eagles, they've already got Cooper DeJean, Quinion Mitchell. And what do? They go out and go get another safety. Like, they're just so deep, and they just make good picks. Every single time these guys are drafting Howie Roseman, the group over in Baltimore, like even Kansas City, they just set the standard of like, no, I'm not going to do it, Atlanta. I'm not going to trade a first round pick for a locker room cancer defensive end when I literally just got a defensive end 5 or 10 picks ago. Like,
Yeah.
there's still this gap. Like, I'm a big NBA guy, and like in the 80s and 90s, like I just feel like all those, like the Lakers, the Celtics, the Bulls, they just took advantage of so many dumb NBA teams and dumb GMs. And like I just feel like there's still a five every year. There's still 4 or 5 just dumb teams, man. And like, who knows? Maybe Atlanta proves me wrong because they do have a lot of talent and stuff. But like, why'd you have to give another first round pick to the Rams next year? That just pisses
Yeah.
me off. And like, I don't
Yeah.
know, there's just feels like there's such a gap between the dumb team, the smart teams, and the dumb teams.
I don't understand how that's even a thing. Like, these are all well-paid jobs, and like I said, it's like you think after a while the Browns would just get somebody good in the front office, and but again,
They have the most
starts
analytical people in their department. They have 12
yeah.
analytics guys. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I think analytics plays. I've always said about analytics because I'm a big baseball guy too. But
Hmm.
I always think there's especially nowadays. There's obviously it's a big part of the game, but I always say it's one part of the game, and I think sometimes
Right.
people rely too much on analytics because there's so much that
I
doesn't
agree.
show up on the stat sheet and stuff like that. And so for me, the bad organizations sometimes only look at that. And
Right.
I just think people get too caught up in analytics. And it's frustrating because it's like, yes, it's a part of the game. It's a big part of decision making, but it's part of it. It's not the
Hmm.
whole thing. So it's interesting. You brought up how the Browns are there, and they're obviously lacking something else. So like I said, I go back to the Baker Mayfield thing. I just don't understand it. You had a guy here, took your franchise. I think he came in, they were what, 1-32 over the last 2 seasons, and Baker comes in, makes them relevant. They go win a playoff game. I don't know what you want. The guy seemed like a good guy. I mean, I don't know. So, but they just seem to screw it up. It's like one of those things. You got something good, and it's like you feel like you shouldn't have something good, and so you get rid of it or you screw it up, and you just I don't know. I don't get it. But you look at the good teams. The good teams consider, like I said, the Steelers. They always seem to draft fairly well and make good decisions, solid decisions. Let guys fall them, like you said about the NBA. Let those teams make dumb moves, and then you go in and
Hmm.
swoop underneath and say, "Yeah, we'll take that guy because we recognize it." Right?
Yeah, there's something to be said about consistency, not just wins and losses, but like how you run your organization. And I also think there's a moment where you have to recognize that you have the wrong people in the building. And I think that's something
Right.
that the Giants have struggled with. The Giants have historically been a very well run franchise. Like they have been consistently a not a bottom feeder. Like very rarely have they picked in the top 5 up until the last 5 or 6 years, and it just seems they keep picking the wrong guy and they wait a little bit too long. And again, I just felt like they should have moved on from their front office and coaching staff this year, and they're going to continue on. But it definitely feels like they're a little bit interested in seeing what they can do with. I don't know. It's just very different style than how I would run. But obviously, I don't work in the league. I'm just doing this as a fan and as an amateur and stuff. But now I say that, and I'm just about to say the Giants took Darius Alexander, which feels like a really good pick at pick 65.
Yeah.
So
No, for sure.
um,
D tackle. Yeah. Yeah. Giants
we
having a
are
decent
we are
draft.
officially in the third round. We are in the third round.
We're
in
officially in
go
the third
time.
round. Wow. Yeah. Round 3, pick 65. Yeah. Yeah. Giants. turn a little
Siobhan
bit up on-
Ravel is still there, by the way.
Oh, wow. So who's best available left here right now? Like if you got your best available board up.
Yeah. So hang on a second. Go here. And oops. Let's see where we at. All right. So where are we at pick 65? So you still got guys like Wyatt Millam from West Virginia, Xavier Watts, the safety out of Notre Dame, who I was a big fan, and I thought that's who a guy Mike McDonald was going to fall in love with. Landon
Right.
Jackson, if you remember him, was the star of the combine.
Yep.
I still think he's too. I think he's too stiff, but watch Seattle's going to somehow get him. Jalen Noel, wide receiver out of Iowa State. Braden Swinson, Princely MacMillan, however you say his name. Thomas out of Florida State, the cornerback. Siobhan Ravel. Caleb Johnson. I know Bryce is a big Caleb Johnson guy. A cornerback I'm a big fan of. Talking Iowa State again, Darian Porter. Looks like Tariq Woolen. Plays like Tariq Woolen, good and bad. Would be a special teams ace right away. For
Right.
us, you guys here in Washington, talking about the Seahawks, Kyle Williams is still there. Could you imagine if Kyle Williams somehow made it all the way to 92 and Seattle got him?
Yeah.
People would freak out. Jalen Royals.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Kyle Kennard. I know Dan added me on Twitter today for my article. I talked about the best guys available at each pick. I wrote,
Right.
I believe I wrote Kyle Kennard at 82, which we don't have 82 anymore. But I really like Kyle Kennard as an edge rusher. If you want to have some fun, Cameron Scattaboo is still out there. Elick Aoyo Manor from Stanford, who has the best tape on Travis Hunter. I don't think Seattle's going to take another tight end, but Harold Fannin Jr. still out there. Jordan Birch had an amazing year for Oregon. Marcus Membo, Jared Wilson. I mean, if Jared Wilson's there at 92 as a center, I think you got to at least discuss it.
Yeah.
I mean, Tez Johnson had a horrible combine, but his tape this year at Oregon was spectacular. Ty Robinson, defensive tackle at Nebraska. I think that was who was my pick in my last mock. Well, actually, nothing's happened yet, but in my last mock, that came out the day before the draft, I had as my bold take, my hot take was that the Seahawks would trade pick 92 to Cincinnati for Trey Hendrickson. And then I wrote that if that trade doesn't happen, which I don't think is likely, but I thought that's fair compensation for a guy that you don't have an extension agreed to. Then I put down Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle out of Nebraska, was a guy that I was interested in, who his RAS score is 9.89, 6'5", 288 pounds out of Nebraska.
Yeah, not a whole lot of trade action that's been happening, huh? Like, are you surprised some big name guys from teams haven't been, put out there and no blockbusters, nothing too crazy.
I mean, I'm trying to think other than Trey Hendrickson, who plays on the most stubborn NFL team. like the team that will be happy to let him sit and rot if that's what Trey wants to do, is not play until he gets a new deal. Which, when you've had 35 sacks in the last 2 years, I think you're well within your right to ask for an extension or you want out. And obviously Joe Burrow's carries a lot of weight with that organization, and I doubt he wants Trey Hendrickson traded. Personally, I think if Cincinnati is healthy, I think they're one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the NFL. They just can't get out of their own way in September, and they can't stay healthy. So it's just like this weird thing with the Bengals. But I'm trying to think who else is unhappy. Like Jair Alexander is not worth a day 2 pick with his inconsistencies.
No.
And is Green Bay interested in moving on from him? Like they strike me as one of those teams that's like Seattle, trying to get to that next step. I'm trying to think of I'm looking at. Is it here? Is it time?
It's not time, but real quick before we let Bryce Coutts in the building.
Oh, there he is. Oh, I thought Shedeur Sanders was joining us.
Well, it is. Yeah, Shedeur. Yeah, big disappointment. It's not Shedeur, it's Bryce Coutts. But hey, Bryce, the Browns pick is in. We kind of touched on. We didn't want to make this we didn't want to be the NFL Network and talk about Shedeur like every single pick, but.
Is it NFL Network or is it ESPN? Because Mel Kiper was having a freaking meltdown yesterday.
Oh no!
Oh gosh, his ESPN man. Like what
was he saying? Was he like buddies?
He
with
literally
Dion,
went on there and basically started in a way inadvertently comparing Shedeur to like how Dan Marino fell and how all these other quarterbacks, Joe Burrow. Like, how do you leave the standard pocket quarterback on the board this long? It's like. Dude, the names you're throwing, he's like, look at it. Joe Montana went in the 3rd round, and all these guys that end up being
Tom Brady. Tom Brady
fell to 199. It's like,
oh my gosh.
He literally went on this rant. There's like a good, I think it's like a 9-minute video of him purely talking about Shedeur in round 1, to the point where some other media outlets have come out and they're like, okay, you barely talked about Cam Ward being the 1st overall pick.
Right?
That was just oh.
Well, what I was going to say is
the Browns pass.
The Browns pick is in, and they passed.
They have passed.
Never mind.
Man.
Okay. Hey, I go back to the baggage, man. Like me and Mike have talked about a little bit here, but I just think it plays such a huge role. And apparently his interviews weren't great either. So I think with all that and the hoopla of the whole event yesterday at his house, dude, I thought he was at the draft. I wasn't paying attention. And you and Dan said, no, dude, he's at home. Most of the time when a guy's at home, he's in his living room hanging out, right? Not a custom made draft party. So
he had certain hats and
it's wild.
It's I'm gonna be honest, in my personal that's the thing, and that's the worst part of this now is I wonder how far he really could fall.
Dude, at this point, I feel like it's a free fall.
If we're talking about Pittsburgh's not even taking a swing on you. For one, that's a huge thing because Pittsburgh's banking on Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, you think of all the teams, right? I mean, they're like, no, we're good with Mason. We'll roll Mason right now. I just don't think they would. Nobody wants to be a part of this, man. I was telling Mike,
I don't blame people.
No, like I said to Mike, I said if you were Travis Hunter playing, if Shedeur was a receiver. And a blue chip like Travis, you can get away with that, but you're by default the face of the franchise at the quarterback position in the NFL that invested a lot of money and you got to think of your fan base and everything, and so that's the one position where you can't make it a circus event, man. I just don't understand. Why Dion was like, this let's do it like this.
Yeah, no, and Darian Porter just went to the Raiders, which I think is a good
that made me cringe.
Right?
Man, I was a big Darian Porter guy.
Pete gets a corner.
Raiders
you look at the receiver,
man.
They got Besh.
Besh,
Raiders have quietly had a good draft.
They have.
Now, we can talk about how good John Schneider's been dealing. We're talking about,
I want to know what you think, man. We've been having a blast.
We're stoked.
Okay, so I got to be brutally honest with you. I figured last night when he had the slip up in his press conference.
Yes. Okay.
That it was going to be Ezeraku or Emani. And I thought it was going to be Emani first because of the fact that when we went through and we looked at the visit list, Emani was one of the only players that had a combine visit and a 30 visit, which usually for the Seahawks has always been a sign that they're in love with a guy and they want that guy and they want to make sure that they're dialed in. And so for me, that's where it was like when I saw that and I went, okay. And then when I saw them trade up, like I'm sitting there, my tattoo artist is working all over my arm and I'm like sitting there and I'm like, yeah. And he's like, oh my gosh, did I do something? Did I like go too deep? Did I hit? I was like, no. I'm like, I'm almost certain Seattle's going to go up and get a player that I really want them to. And when I saw that it was Nick Emani, I went, you've now given Mike McDonald a chess piece. You have now given
there
him
we go. Yep.
something that he didn't have last year. And not saying Witherspoon isn't, but you're giving a guy that I think is better at playing in the box and in the slot than Witherspoon is. He's just a freak athlete.
Yeah.
Now I know there's some things, some guys, Bob McGinn have come out with some character things. I don't think Seattle is trading up to go get a guy with massive character issues. I think those are probably overblown for one. And then to see like how John did it. So we gave up pick 52 or sorry, pick 52.
Yeah, 52 and 82.
And 82. So you didn't even give up your top second round pick to move up. Great deal in my opinion to go get a guy that I am certain there were first round grades on. That is just
that's the thing. 2 first round picks. We got 2 first round picks. That's how I view it.
Quality picks, and you didn't get guys that I look at and go, okay, like are they going to be a big bust or a big hit? You got guys that are going to be like at their floor are going to be good NFL starters. Yeah, with the upside of being Pro Bowl, all pro level players. Like we're talking about a fact that next season 2026 you're gonna have to make this decision coming up on Kobe Bryant, but it's not like, oh gosh, like what do we do now at safety with Julian Love? Like, oh no, sorry, we're just gonna roll in a guy that probably was on most teams' boards as a first round pick, and I think he was probably on Seattle's pick list at 18 if Zable hadn't have been there. If Zable had been gone, I think there's a chance Seattle may have tried to take him there.
Really quick, the Patriots took Wazoo Kyle Williams.
Yeah, okay.
Ooh, that's a good pick for Drake May. Like, and the running back with Henderson going there, like that's the Patriots are putting some pieces around Drake May now.
Yeah, and then they got Stephon Diggs, and so yeah, not a bad little core.
The thing for me and then
Will Campbell.
Well,
but anyways,
Will
back
Campbell,
to you.
Yeah. So then we're going through it, and I'm like, okay, like I really want them to add either a receiver or a tight end. Like my thought when Jaden Higgins came off the board, so I was like, shit. And then I went, okay, Jalen Noel's still there. Jalen Royals are still there. Okay, there's still some guys. And then all of a sudden you see Aoyo. And I'm like, holy crap. Like, if you get Aoyo, like you're giving Clint Kubiak that chess piece, the guy that you can still split out in the slot and do so many things with. And I remember Rob Staten when we had him on, Dan, like he took Aoyo with the first pick after he did all that trading in our mock draft to get him. And he said he'd be such a great fit. He's a good blocker. Like some people are knocking it, saying he's not. He is a good blocker. He's not an elite blocker, but he's a good blocker. And you pair him with AJ Barner, like you have 2 wicked tight ends now. Like, I don't know how you're
built for 12.
I don't know how you can sit here and if you look at it and go, okay, John Schneider, like we knew that we all said it going into this offseason. The draft and free agency were going to be huge. They were going to be massive. You look at what he has done to this point, this might be one of John Schneider's best off seasons. Like, well, think of it this way. You went and you traded away DK Metcalf and in return got $14 million in cap space, got Cooper Kupp and Nick Emani. Like you got the defensive version in a lot of ways of DK.
Yeah.
Like freak athlete,
built like him.
All these things. Like that's the guy you went and got. Like that's where I'm just like, I am so shocked that it fell this way. But like you got 3 guys that were top. Like I think it was on Daniel Jeremiah's list even or somebody's like, we're talking about guys that had Aoyo in the top 20, 25 players in this draft. If injury and stuff like that weren't a thing.
I was talking to Mike before earlier, and we said, I think this is better than anybody's first mock draft picks. These 3 picks that we have so far. Like
no
were
one
your
would have
three-
believed you if this would. No one would have believed this would have
if
been.
you were
a
on the
reality.
simulator and those were our 3 guys, we would have been sitting there saying, "Nah, this is unrealistic."
And you gave up no future capital.
Right?
Like
Yeah. No next
we
year.
we
nothing.
we still got pick 92, which I mean the Lions just took a guy that I don't think any of us would have had going in the top 75. And there's still, we'll see what happens with the quarterbacks, but I still think there's some really amazing value that's going to probably be here in the next 20 picks. Like, no, do I think Siobhan Ravel will be there at 92? No, but like there's some dudes on there that are still out there. Really, really quick. Matt Miller, which I know he's little divisive for Seahawks fans and a lot of people on how they view his draft analysis, but he's been doing the comps on ESPN for each draft pick, what his pro comp is. For Nick Emani, he put down Derwin James. For Elijah Aoyo, he put down Trey McBride. Could you imagine if we walk out of today with anything close to Derwin James and Trey McBride? Like the ceiling for the Seahawks just immediately just went up. Like if we got anything close to that,
I think you added a win and a half to the schedule with the 3 players you acquired.
I think that's what Ryan and I talked about earlier. Like this felt like a team that was in that 9, 10, 11 range, and I feel like you can now bump that ceiling up in terms of the expectation is what I should say. I walked into the drafts being like, my expectation next year is that we're going to win 10 games that's like the middle. Like, yes, there's the worst case scenarios and there's also the best case scenarios. I feel like that's now like firmly in 11 wins.
Yeah, and then the fact that we mentioned too, just the different mindset, the coaching staff, Mike now with a full year with implemented this defensive system and guys, used to it now and how we saw that carry over to a top 10 unit second half of the year. Now, to me, now I think we all think now, especially you get a guy like Emani in this building and who knows what else is going to happen here, that now this could potentially start becoming a real identity here. And we just mentioned maybe if we could just get that one edge, that one next step up edge kind of guy, this would just, I really feel like.
And the thing here with the edge class though is like I don't know if he's still on board. Like I've kind of lost track, but Gillette's one guy I like. Ashton Gillette out of Louisville. He's someone I really like. I don't know if Femi's still there. If he is or isn't, I don't know if someone took Femi. I'm trying to catch up here, but how shocked would you guys be if this next pick could be Jalen Milro?
At this point, I'm fine with it.
Like, no, I mean for us as Seattle.
For us, yeah, no,
if Seattle, if we're talking like Seattle here, like this could be your luxury pick. You have addressed in these first 3 picks. You now have the ability in day 3 to still go out and get a Chase Lund, still available. You can go get him. And like I'm looking at this, like even for edge, Landon Jackson is still on the board. Jalen Noel still on the board. Like
here's Jeremiah's top guy still available here.
Yeah,
I'm just looking at Noel. Yeah, Noel's still available. He had Sanders at 20. Jeremiah.
I need to pull up the trade value chart.
I can't wait to see that defense roll out in February or in the fall. Sorry, with Kobe Bryant. Like the 3 state. Like you realistic thing. If you get a good year out of Woolen, right, and you're rolling out Woolen, Witherspoon, Emani, Kobe Bryant, Julian Love with Ernest Jones, Tyrese Knight, and then we're talking about the rushing group that we've got on that D line. Yeah. Your Seattle defense now. Whoa, that's an interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
Vernon
Who'd they go with?
D-tackle, Texas.
What do you guys think about the 49ers? What they've done so far?
They're rebuilding that for the wide 9 scheme with Salah. That's 100% what they're doing. They haven't been running it a lot the last couple of seasons with Sorensen in there and the guys that they brought in. And I'm trying to remember.
I'm a little nervous. The Carolina Panthers guy.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what his name is right now. God, Wilkes.
Yeah, Steve
That's who it is.
Wilkes. Yeah,
Steve Wilkes. They went away
came into
from the
Seattle
wide
and kicked
9.
our ass.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they went away from the wide 9, and now they're going to bring it back. And I think Bosa plays better out of the wide 9. I think they are getting guys that fit that scheme. They're going to go because on offense, I think they're looking at this as the last kind of hurrah with this offense. They may go get a receiver. Maybe they're, I could see them right now potentially in the next 3 picks. San Francisco's up. I could see it being Jalen Noel because they have to fill Debo's role
Right.
with another receiver. So that's where I look at it and I go, okay, that's where they pivot there. You still have Juan Jennings. You still have, Brandon Ayuk coming back from his injury. It'll be really, really interesting. For once in a long time, I finally feel like Seattle has an impactful draft where the first 3 picks are going to be impactful players out of the gate. Oh, there you go. Buffalo got an edge. Landon Jackson off the board.
That feels like a good fit for him to go to.
No, I was talking to Mike. I said, if you look back to last year's draft, besides Byron Murphy, who are you really getting excited about? With that entire draft, already the first 3 picks, you're excited about all 3 guys, and they all fit a certain need, right? Obviously, John addresses Zable, like the biggest need forever, and we go get it, and it's awesome. And then trading up, being aggressive, go and getting the Mike's guy, and then you go get a guy for Kubiak, that tight end that fits into his system.
You have Seattle potentially could have one of the best tight end duos in the next 3 years.
Yeah. Yep.
With AJ Barner and Aoyo. Like, you really could. And this is where I think this 3rd round pick could be a luxury pick. We could see, Will Howard or Jalen Milro come off the board here to Seattle, and they look and go, hey, we've got this 3rd pick. We can do this. And you know what? This is where I said in the chat, Noah Fant trade. If you want to get another pick, you could move Noah Fant.
Yeah, Mike was talking about the money situation, but yeah, I mean, maybe you get a 6th or 7th, right?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? $6 million might work for some other people, but good pick here. The Jets did not take Shedeur Sanders. Guys, we are in DEFCON 1 at the Sanders household.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, like, you might see some other guys start leapfrogging Sanders, like you guys just spread out Milro and Howard and stuff like that. You get this late in the draft, you're gonna take a 4th round pick on Sanders. Like, to me,
could Dallas take him here in the 3rd?
That makes a lot of sense.
Definitely. It's funny that what teams that we think make a lot of sense, Dallas, Raiders, like, it's hilarious. Like, I agree. Dallas makes total sense. Jerry Jones, right? Like,
they've got the whole Prescott situation. Like,
disaster.
I could see it making sense here in the 3rd round for him because your contract too for them, even though they're in a bit of a salary cap situation. That's the other thing you got to think of too with when you start taking these players is a salary cap.
Yeah. Well, exactly. But I'm just saying it. If these teams,
the Jets made a good pick here, though. I'm just going to say on the Jets part, Azare Thomas is a corner to pair with Sauce on the other side.
Yeah.
Aaron Glenn, like the Jets are having actually a surprising non-Jet like draft.
So, what's wrong with Ravel? Is that ACL much worse? Because that ACL injury was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. And I think honestly, like, you could be looking at a situation where Will Johnson, even though he went to the Cardinals, like, Will Johnson fell as far as he did. If Will Johnson's healthy, he's a top 10 pick. That knee was that bad, he dropped that far. And I think Ravel's knee is that. And I think the other thing that goes against Ravel is we're talking knee and we're talking about, okay, he was at East Carolina. He's not playing against necessarily all the big name schools all the time. Does the production match up kind of a thing? It could be interesting. But, one player for me, outside of quarterback, that I could take here for Seattle, and I'd love to see them take, obviously, Femi or one of the edges. Darius Alexander is still on the board, I believe.
No, he is not. He got first pick of the 3rd round by the Giants.
Damn it. Okay, never mind.
I know.
Sorry.
I know. I literally said damn it to Ryan as well. Jared Wilson is still there.
Yep. Now that's the question. Do they view Jared Wilson as, do you then say, okay, Olu's not the guy?
Right. I still want to see what Sundell and Zable can do together.
Yeah, I do too. I like the Sundell situation too.
I think that go ahead, Mike.
Oh, I was gonna say Jordan Birch is still available for those that are interested in if you believe in him. I feel like he's a very divisive prospect as well. Josh Farmer is still there. I did not think he would still be there.
Boys, I'm stepping out for a few minutes. I'm gonna rejoin.
Okay. Ty Robinson is still there.
I would take Ty Robinson.
At 92, yeah. Okay, so considering how great the first few picks have been, would you reconsider my bold hot take of pick 92 for Trey Hendrickson? Or
no, I wouldn't do Trey Henderson. The deal, the money, I get we got cap space, but I just don't see it when there's other things you're going to have to pay Charles Cross. You may have to pay Abe Lucas too, depending on how those two play together.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to consider here. Actually, Marvin just put one in here. Marvin, Little Deer. Let's go Hawks. Want to know your next pick, Bryce? I want to know yours. Okay. My next pick, Marvin. Oh, if I'm GM John Schneider here, Ty Robinson's really, really, really entertaining for me. Jared Wilson's another one if they don't have faith in Olu. And I'd even look at a quarterback. It's tough for me to just go, the board's still got to fall a bit. But I think Ty Robinson's the guy I'd probably go with on the D-line because you got Jaron Reed, who's up there in age. Some of these guys are going to be up there, and he just, I believe, fits this scheme so well for Mike McDonald, and you can move him up and down that D-line, and you just add him to Byron Murphy and to everything else you have. So I would probably go with Ty Robinson would be my next, sweet go for it pick. If he's there, I still also think a quarterback's a potential too. Oh, new setup, Mike. I see.
I know. I had to set up I gotta reset up for a little bit. We're moving to a different side of the bunker over here.
Oh, different side of the bunker. I'm gonna ask you this, Marvin. Who's your guy that you're going with? I see you in the chats. You know what? I want to know Marvin. I want to know Metal Dragon. What are your guys' next pick for Seattle? Who do you want to see Seattle take here? I'm going to say this, Mike. Rob Staten's got to be losing his mind.
Oh, I mean, I can't wait to. I mean, I'm sure he was stoked yesterday. I didn't get a chance. I mean, there's so many great guys out there with great content. I didn't get a chance to watch all of it and stuff, but I mean, he's got to be popping a bunch of champagne right now. I assume he's over in England right now, and they're probably partying pretty hard into the early mornings. I mean, in his mind, he probably got what, 3 first. I know he was not. I will say, I think he was probably a little bit more reserved about Nick Emani than a lot of other people were.
Guess which receiver just went off the board?
Tez Johnson,
Pat Bryant.
Pat Bryant.
Wow.
But I mean, for Rob, he got Zable, who he's been pounding on the table for probably almost as long as I have, and then he has been the captain of the Elijah Aoyo campaign. And
I believe he even liked Emani too, just maybe not at 18.
Yes. Yeah. I think what his issue was, and I'm not trying to speak for Rob. Rob does a great job. But I
Yeah.
think when watching his show with Jeff, like, I think he said everyone keeps talking about it's Cam Chancellor, it's Cam Chancellor, it's Cam Chancellor. He
He's
may
not.
look like Cam Chancellor. He does not play like Cam Chancellor. He plays like Kyle, like probably a B to B plus version of Kyle Hamilton. That's a pretty good damn good
What I
football
would
player.
say is his football savvy IQ is a B plus version of Kyle Hamilton. He athletically is better than Kyle Hamilton. You're going to be able to do more,
For sure.
I think, with Emani than you could do even with Kyle
Yep.
Hamilton. It's just going to be coaching him up the football wise. I'm just watching a rep right now from Senior Bowl where Aoyo runs basically a stick nod route and just undresses the DB.
Right.
But
No, man, like I said, if you can get Trey McBride, like that,
wow.
that kind of combination would be insane.
Nick Martin to the 49ers.
Okay.
That's a smaller linebacker than they're used to. 5'11", 221.
I think that's like not to shit on Nick Martin, but I feel like that's the first pick where I'm like, okay, cool, nice. Like,
yeah,
I feel like
49ers, you didn't do the smart thing for once.
And anytime you take an Oklahoma State Cowboy, you're getting worse as a football program. So
I can't say that, Chris Carson.
I love Chris Carson. I love you, Chris Carson. But they had to take you in the. They had to take you in the 7th round.
He goes right about now, kind of thinking receiver or nose tackle. I wonder who Dallas is going to go with, guys. This will be really interesting to see. Like, this draft has been the first draft I can really think of in a long time where it's fallen Seattle's way in a lot of senses. Like, usually we're sitting here and we're going, okay, Seattle took somebody that we have no idea about that most people were projecting as a 4th or 5th round guy, and they took him in round 2. But this is the first time, like, it feels like there has really been a shift in that building, even more so now that Mike's involved, where like they are taking best player available that meets somewhat of a need for them. And that's the biggest change like that I've noticed in there. And you know, one thing that I remember reading, oh, there we go. Siobhan Ravel Jr. to the Dallas Cowboys. That's actually a good pick for them. That's a good pick for Dallas. As much as I hate to say it, that's a guy that I think could come in there and really help that defense because they really need a solid ball hawking DB. And both my guests have left me here. This is fantastic. My co-host and, well, theoretically third co-host and Mike, they're all MIA at the current moment, so you're stuck with me. But Eric, that's actually a really good question. I like that question there, Eric. Does nose tackle really free up Murphy, or can we look at a versatile D lineman? See, for me, Eric, I think a nose tackle does free up Murray to an extent. The thing for me, though, is I would rather go with the versatile D lineman right now. So like a Ty Robinson, I would take now because I think you can get, with one of those later picks in the later part of the day 3, you could probably get a nose tackle that would fill that void enough to relieve Murphy of some of those duties, whether that's like a Nazir Stackhouse or Tonka Hemingway. So I definitely think that's where they might decide to go with it or get a guy in UDFA, because as we saw last year, like Hankins didn't even play a lot. Like they put more of that on Murphy's plate. And I think that's where you might see them go with a younger guy in that area to free up Murphy, because I think they do want to move him around a little bit more on that defensive front than just ask him to play nose tackle. And there you go. Princely Umanamalene went to the Panthers, and I think that's the closest I've ever pronounced his name to maybe being correct. Princely just went off the board to the Panthers, and Ravel went off the board to the Cowboys.
That, I mean, you can't blame the Cowboys for taking a shot there, right?
That's a good pick for the Cowboys, and I think Princely here for the Panthers is another good pick.
Man, interesting.
Hey, we're finally Panthers on the NFL tracker now at the bottom far right corner of it.
There we go.
So you know the shitty thing?
I think
There
What?
is the Rams and the Ravens right in front of us.
Okay, so 2 good players are going to be off the board. No, I think Carolina's had a pretty interesting draft. You know, they get Tet at 8, and then just boom, trenches defensive line, man. Princey Ullman.
Sorry, everyone. I'm also eating my dinner at the same time.
Man, we are closing in. We are 14 picks away. Gosh, man, I mean, it's probably just like you said. Like you can do whatever you want here. You can double up.
Yeah,
But
you
could you
really
imagine
have a
if
lottery
they
pick
got?
right now.
Could you imagine if they took Emani and then also took Watts? Like I feel like those are 2 very like Kyle Hamilton-esque players. And I'm just saying like you could just double up.
They could double up, but then how are you getting them both on the field enough? That's
Probably
your one thing.
probably not this year, but Kobe Bryant's a free agent.
Yeah, but the thing is Mike McDonald loves him. I think they want to even re-sign him.
That's
So that's
true.
what it's good. I think honestly, if Kobe Bryant plays well, I think that's more of an indictment that they may move on from Julian Love in a year or 2 for an Emani Kobe Bryant, secondary. But the thing I was going to say too is I think Sam Howell, they might try and trade him tomorrow and try and get a 6th-round pick or something in there. I think that's what they'll try and do. It's been very interesting looking at our division though. Like, did you see McVay's presser today where he was basically like asked, he was like, "Oh, what is it like to have 2 first-round picks?" He's like, For now we have 2 first-round picks." And I'm like, okay, what the hell are you guys thinking down there?
Yeah. So really quick, not trying to create a conspiracy that's not, or something that's not there, but Joe Burrow has not signed his extension, correct? Okay. Because they signed his receivers, but not him.
No, I think Burrow signed his extension.
Right. Okay, but he's got 2 years after this year, and then he's up again, if I'm correct. I'd have to double check. I just kind of wonder. If it's more of like, if does Joe Burrow want to get traded? I'm just trying to think like who are the Rams loading up on picks for?
So Burrow signed his extension 2023, and it was a 5-year deal.
Okay, so after this season, he'll have 2 years left.
Yeah, hold on. I'm looking at Sport Tracker right now. So he is under contract till 2027. Oh no, he's under contract longer than that. Sorry. Because they added, remember, his 2023 would have been his rookie 5th-year option. So I think they used that because he only had a base of 1 mil. So basically his 5-year would have been 2024, 2025, 2026, 2028, and 2029 are the last 2 years of his deal. They have an out in 2028 though.
Right. I guess my thought is this is before Chase and Higgins re-signed, but like if there was drama with that or there was injuries again, could the Rams offer 4 first-round picks, which is you can trade 3 of your first-round picks. So if I'm correct, you can trade a 4th first-round pick if you have someone else's. That's the type of move I could see the Rams doing, is like, boom, here's everything, give us Joe Burrow. And I know that's like fantasy football Madden trade. I'm just trying to figure out who's that superstar that they're going to go give one of those first-round picks to go get. Is it Micah Parsons? If Micah doesn't sign a deal, that's
who I am wondering myself. They need that dominant defensive player.
And I could see that being a trade they do this August if Micah doesn't sign an extension. Hey, we'll give you that Falcons pick. That might be a top 10 pick. It might be a top 20 pick. It might be a top 5 pick. Like, I think if you're Dallas, I think that's the starting point of that negotiation, which would suck.
So I got so Birch just went
to
the Cardinals. And the Texans already have their pick in, and it's like I already have been tipped off to what it is.
Okay.
When I tell you who it is, Do we care? Do you mind if I jump ahead and tell you who it is? Do we really care at this point?
I'm good.
It's Jalen Noel. The Texans added Higgins and Noel to Nico
And
Collins.
Donovan Jackson.
Yeah. No, they didn't get Donovan
What
Jackson.
a-
I thought Minnesota. Did Minnesota
Or
get
no, who
Donovan?
did they get? Yeah, who did Houston get? Was it who am I thinking? I thought they
Who
got
was
an
their
offensive
first-
lineman.
Who was their first round pick? I can't even remember Houston's. It was so uneventful.
Did you see that dog with the Adams jersey on? Looked like he wanted to attack the cameraman there. That was funny.
All right. Wow, the Texans have one hell of a receiving core now.
So Houston was the team that traded back with the Giants.
That's right. That's where that trade
But
came from.
they got Ursery. So they've got one of the better receiving cores in the young receiving cores. We'll see, because Nico, I think, is a true number one. And then they got Ursery.
You got Joe Mixon, Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel.
That's
and you got
filthy.
Ursery. Like, no, there's Bob McGinn. It looks like him. Never mind. It might not be. It looked like him, though. Did you guys hear the Seahawks are getting a new jersey this year?
What's it looking like?
I did not.
Oh, so this is the new thing. They're doing this thing called NFL Rivalries jersey like thing. So it's a new jersey. Doesn't mean the throwbacks are gone, but it's basically the NFL's version of City Connect for baseball. So they will wear this jersey against a rivalry team at some point.
So Niners
idea what
on
it looks
Sunday
like
night or
yet.
Thursday night football.
No idea.
Yeah,
Oh, there you
that was
go.
a weird announcement. That was a weird announcement by Sherman. That like made no sense.
Oh, how
What
he
he
like
was
looked
screaming
around and
about.
shit?
Yeah, I was so confused. And Colts.
Colts took Wally.
Okay.
Justin Wally.
So I'm trying to think of the most accurate comp for what's happening to Shador. I know we can only talk about him once every little bit, but is this Matt Barkley?
Ooh, yeah. that's a
Remember
fair
Matt Barkley? I think
Oh,
Ryan
yeah.
Russillo on his show just did an interview with Matt Barkley a few months ago, and basically Barkley thought he was going anywhere from like 10 to the mid 20s, and then by about pick 15, his agent basically said we're in for a long
Like,
haul. And I think he was a fourth round pick.
This is insane to me right now. Looking at Daniel Jeremiah's top 200.
Yeah.
Sanders is there at 20. And then the next guy is number 53.
So what happened? Is it really just the media just not
It was
taking into
interesting.
account how much teams don't want to? It's like Tim Tebow kind of.
Yeah, but
It
different
is, but
situation.
here's the thing: is you had the baggage with Sanders,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and then I think the other issue is you're not talking about an elite level quarterback.
No, exactly.
You're talking about a average quarterback.
With
So
baggage.
you're
With
acting
baggage.
like you're one, but really you're like, if he walks into the NFL and if he like, do you remember when Chad Pennington came into the league?
Yeah.
And he was like
I agree.
accurate. Chad Pennington was my kind of one of my comps for Shador. And I thought he was highly overdrafted at that point when he came into the league. But oh wow, Dylan Fairchild to the Bengals. So Jared Wilson's still there. But when I look at it and I go, okay, Chad Pennington, he was accurate. But he wasn't someone that you looked at and you went, wow, Chad Pennington's like the number, 10 quarterback in the NFL. Even at his best, he was like, okay, he's number 17. Like, And then you saw the Geno comps this year, even for Shedeur. We've struggled here with Geno being like, hey, is he a top, 10, 12, 15 quarterback? And we could never really come to a consensus on that. You're not going to go and spend a good amount of draft capital on that player. And then we're talking about a guy that's got a whole bunch of baggage coming with him in his dad, in his brother, in all these guys. So I just, like, if he goes by Pittsburgh here again, like, holy crud, is he going to fall? Like, what do you guys think is going to be the earliest you hear Shedeur Sanders' name called?
Well, now I don't know, but I think for me, I agree. It's the whole baggage that comes along with it, and the fact that you're not this blue chip guy. He's acting like Dion, and he's not Dion. Deion Sanders can get away with that, and Dion didn't play quarterback either. We got him like it's a difference when you're playing the quarterback position as a franchise guy, and but if you're Dion, you can get away with that. You can get people will put up with that. He's I mean, look, he's raised by Dion. He's gonna be similar to Dion, right? I mean, everything's given to him, whatever. He's the guy. I'm not gonna fault him for that. But when you're not at that level, then teams are like, nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. And like you said, Bryce, like it's just so much baggage. Like I said, I don't remember the last time someone's built a custom draft room for the draft. I don't remember. Has that ever happened?
I can't think of one that was that extravagant. That's for sure.
It's too big of a spectacle, right? And when you're not good enough, I think there's that fine line. And when you're not in that upper top blue chip, I think your stock just drops like crazy because of it. Teams just don't want anything to do with it. And
so
now
here's an interesting one. Here's an interesting thing from Greg Bell. He just posted out about Aoyo on his telephone kind of call. I don't know if you guys went over it, but what is his favorite pass pattern at the University of Miami? My favorite route, any route I get the ball.
Good answer.
But like he was even saying, a lot of his stuff was running those under backside against the zone, kind of routes and stuff into the flat. And he's like, I got to make my yards out of that. And that's what's so great about him. Like, it'll be really interesting.
Yeah, I'm excited. What are we doing with their next pick, Bryce? Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Man. No, I was literally just going to say, like, at 92, I think we need to start having a very real conversation about taking a quarterback.
Right.
Like they're all there. Like I was obviously wrong about Will Howard, and obviously like this quarterback class, all that. So really quick, did Jalen Milro actually go to the draft? Do we know if that really happened?
He was there. I did see him there. Yeah, but I don't know if he's there today.
Huh.
Like that's like, I'm just trying to think of all these guys that are still waiting out there. Like, man, Milro at this point feels like a weapon. I still like Will Howard.
This is what I like about the Milro pick, and this is where I find it, again, why it'll be interesting if Seattle does go after him, because they did have him in. Two-time captain in Alabama under two different head coaches. His passing completion percentage wasn't that bad in college. It was 65 in 2023 and 64 in 2024. Those are the same kind of completion percentage numbers Patrick Mahomes had, and, better than what Josh Allen had in college. Like, everyone's talking about, oh, well, he can't throw short and intermediate. Well, yeah, but you can work on that at the NFL level. It's not because he's got a really stupid throwing motion like Tim Tebow, or he's just incapable of doing it. Like, it's stuff you can work on. This guy is so physically gifted that the other beauty of it is you have Drew Lock here. Cool. Guess what, Jalen? You're going to come in on these cool sub packages we have and be like our power dive quarterback because you're still 6'2", 6'3", 220 pounds, and can run faster than most guys on the field. And then guess what? Your whole time through camp for the next 2 years in preseason is about you redefining. And guess what? This offense of all offenses, as we have seen time in and time out, it is great at allowing quarterbacks to develop and make it easy on them. He doesn't have to worry about calling protections. He doesn't have to worry about making extensive reads. So now we're talking about a guy that can come in that throws probably the best deep ball out of this entire class. And you're saying, okay, cool, you're going to be our gadget guy for a year or two, and then you're going to be potentially our starter if, we need to move off you. Oh, and you're still young. Oh, and you still are a freak athlete that's going to get in an NFL weight room and just get better and better. So if I'm Seattle at pick 92 and I'm going to take a quarterback, there is more pointing me in the direction of them going in Jalen Milro because of those physical attributes and what you could still use him as, where he's not completely sitting on the bench, to where if you take a guy like a Will Howard, a Kyle McCord, a Quinn Ewers, they are parked on your bench because you're not putting them in a wildcat situation.
Hey, boys, Steelers picks in right now. This is going to be interesting. Do they go quarterback here? You think they might, right?
I already know who they're going with.
Oh, damn. Well, you're ahead of me.
Sorry, Bryce.
Oh,
you're kidding. Did they really take who I just spent last time?
You just let him rant and you already knew it.
No, it wasn't Milro. It's not Milro.
Oh, wow.
It's just a different Bryce. It's a different, sorry. They took
Is
Caleb
it Ty
Johnson.
Robinson?
No, Caleb Johnson, Iowa.
Oh,
okay. So they didn't go.
So less of a, okay. All right. What a great fit, Caleb Johnson on the Steelers. That just feels like a Steeler, man.
What do you guys think the Steelers plan is?
He's not going to have to change his uniform stuff. It's literally the same jersey.
No. What do you think the Steelers
No, but really
plan
quick.
is?
Oh, good.
No, I was just
at quarterback.
What do you guys think quarterback? Like, are they just gonna roll with Mason?
No, it's Rodgers or Cousins. It's got to be, right?
Yeah, you think?
No, I don't know.
Unless
I think there's
they feel
a
like
higher
they
chance
can.
it's Rodgers. I think Cousins is going to end up in Cleveland.
Really?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, why wouldn't they? Could have. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Ryan, you're getting a call out here in the chat from Marvin here. You got to sound off
Marvin,
again, Ryan. I missed that earlier when you sounded off.
Hold on, let me read this. Sorry, I was on the NFL Network.
Oh, here you go. I'll put it back up on the screen.
Go, Ryan. Get some. Jump in. You kind of want to hear Ryan sound off again. Hey, man, I'm always down to sound off. Just let me know what you want me to sound off on about, and I'll do it. But yeah. What's DK thinking about right now? You think he's cool with Mason?
I think he's cool with 30-something million guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get it. But he was gonna get that regardless somewhere. He's probably hoping it was gonna be, someone else slinging him the rock.
You know what's gonna be
really quick.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Bryce. I think you kind of really got me convinced on that Milro thing. I think having that Cordell Stewart / Taysom Hill guy, the only guy in the league that can threaten Lamar Jackson in speed, it sounds like you run that power on 3rd and short. We're not worried about, and you run him right in behind fucking Gray Zable. Dude, let's get those first downs. At the Jets against the Rams, we win.
And Brady Russell.
No, but that's a type of goal line and 3rd down package. I'm not saying Milro is hurt. He's not. But there's power in those legs where we can have a real conversation now about if we want to adopt the tush push.
And the other thing you can look at too is you put him in there in 3rd and short. It's not okay. It's guaranteed to be a power. You're still talking about a guy who can throw the damn ball.
That's what I was going to say. Is now you can run these tosses. Oh, I'm going to step back. Oh, and JSN is open 35 yards down the field.
Or Cooper Kupp's
the one thing I can do. Yes.
Yeah. So the pick is in. The Chiefs traded up.
Wow.
This is interesting. Who are the Chiefs going after that's still there?
Gotta say, I love the Chiefs draft so far.
Marvin's got to explain what the heck finger red number 1.
Not sure. Yeah, maybe he can explain that.
Yeah, Marvin, you got to explain that, man.
Seems like a positive thing, but
yeah, I assume it is. I just have no idea what it means. Nolan Williams from Cal. Ooh, that's a good corner.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, so
we are at pick 86 coming up. So we 6 or 7 picks away here.
talking earlier, Ryan, like I just feel like the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the Ravens are just again separating themselves from almost everyone else with these picks.
Yeah, good organizations, right? Like
I will
Like
say
the
this,
Chiefs are like, we need to get better in the trenches, so let's go get Norman Lott and Josh Simmons, and then your boy from Louisville, Bryce.
Yeah, I know. Gillette's off the board, and he went to the worst
Mhm.
possible place. I'm depressed now. But like, I'll be honest. The one thing I will say, this draft is shaping up to be the NFC West kind of comeback. I think in the NFC to an extent. Like the Rams are loading up. The next 2 year, this year, the back end of this draft, next year is going to be huge for them. The Cardinals have actually had a surprisingly good draft. And the freaking 49ers are just building their defense. Like, I could legitimately see with now Robert Saleh being back in this division and him building that Niners defense back. And you basically, in some respects, are reduplicating the arms race between the Niners and the Seahawks from Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh. Because what was the one thing we said about both those teams? They were carbon copies of each other. Strong defense, run the ball identity, play action plays. Who are the two offensive coordinators' identities? Kyle Shanahan and Clint Kubiak are run the ball, play action pass, take your shots down the field, but it's running the ball. And on defense, you've got two of the better defensive minds in the NFL in Mike McDonald and Robert Saleh. You're building that situation again.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, especially if you took Milro, I think there's a shot that you could look a lot like the 2019 Ravens or even the Ravens of 2 years ago. Just a lot of that ground and pound ball control, just like playing in quicksand, like just being suffocated to death by just a Super Bowl defense, and then essentially I would call a wild card offense, but because of the defense and because you have home field advantage and you're playing in Seattle in the rain in January and it's cold, like it feels like you've made a few moves here to get you into that spot. And if you can add a wild card, like I said, a slash, like a Cordell Stewart type of wrinkle to this thing, I feel like I can get really excited and start to like really feel like what the draft does, which is give you hope of something maybe a little bit more than I thought going into it.
Hey guys, I'll be right back just in a few minutes.
Okay. So what pick are we at? 22 of the third.
Well, LA's on the clock. Pick is in, and we're at pick 86 here. So what do they do here? I don't know.
Chargers.
Well, here we go. See.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go Farmer.
Okay.
Man, if Farmer's there at 90, I know we just talked about Jalen Milro. Bryce got me all excited about Milro. But man, if you can get a nut.
Sorry.
What does he got? Well, I was going to say, what does he have?
Farmer. Yeah, Farmer's part of Jeremiah. He's got him at 77. So, yeah, he's still on the board. What are they? Yeah, I mean, other than Milro, I mean, depending who's left, I mean, the guys that are on your board that are left, and if Milro is still there, I mean, other than that, I mean, who else would you go with at 92?
Yeah, I'm interested in Jalen Royals.
Right.
I'd be interested in Membo potentially. Jared Wilson. Again, I know you and I, like, I'm cool with Sundell, but like I also didn't think Jared Wilson was going to be there at 92. And if Jamari Caldwell to the Chargers, so they took the much larger defensive tackle out of Oregon, 6'2", 332 pounds.
Right. Yeah, I think the Hawks are they just got so many. I think at this point, you're not that you're really free rolling, but I think that you you just have options right now at this point. Like, you know, it's
Mhm.
opened it up to a Milro, I think, at this point, because you've addressed these. Well, I mean, obviously you addressed yesterday the biggest need, but you know, then you just kind of got guys that you wanted and fit, right? Um,
Mhm.
Tight end, safety, like a Mike McDonald guy. We touched on that, and now it's like, okay, you know, sure you can hit on. There's a couple other positions you can hit on, but it kind of, I feel like you can't really go wrong here. You know what I mean? If that
Yeah,
makes sense. I feel it.
no, I agree. I think kind of like what Bryce was saying, I think I want a home run threat here. And
Mm-hmm.
so I think Milro, if you're legitimately going to play him like a Cordell Stewart in those early years, like that's a home run threat every time he touches the ball, in my opinion. Like that, you're
Yeah.
essentially adding another running back. Now, I don't necessarily want to take Sam Darnold off the field, but like goal line, short yardage, and then the chance of him breaking something. That's like basically, can we get a Taysom Hill on steroids? Is essentially what we're talking about here. Like,
Yeah.
I'm very interested in seeing what that looks like. Jalen Royals is a guy that can take the top off. His
Right.
tape against Boise State was fantastic. He just his team couldn't stop Ashton Genty. And then I'm trying to think, but again, like I think that's what I want. But if they took another defensive tackle and a guy that could be a starter in the future, like a Josh Farmer, I would be stoked. However, there's definitely a connection between the LA Rams and Florida State. So I wouldn't be surprised if they added another guy to their trenches to pair Farmer with his teammates from last year. If whose names am I forgetting? The defensive tackle and then the edge rusher they took last year, that won Rookie of the Year.
Oh,
I
Verse.
wanted him at Verse.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, going back to what we said earlier, Dallas Turner would have been fun. Jared Verse would have been fun. I'm happy
Yeah.
with Byron Murphy, but yes,
Right.
Verse was definitely a guy I did have right there with Byron.
Byron,
But
yeah.
I mean, that makes some sense. Who they rolling out here in a wheelchair? Which Hall of
No
Famer is
idea.
that? Wyatt Millum is still on the board.
Yeah.
That's another guy that can play center or guard if they don't believe in Christian
That's
Haynes.
right. Yeah.
But I feel like you just put Christian Haynes back at right guard and let him run that wide zone where he was a stud according to PFF at UConn, and let's see what he can do with Kubiak. I'm still in that.
Yeah, no, I'm still in the. Yeah, no, I think it's too early to give up on Christian Haynes. I don't think they're gonna.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that, you know, I mean, fans are quick to write guys off, but I think the Seattle's not, and I think they've accumulated a nice little room of developmental guys, and I think with Christian Haynes too is like people were again so like, we have to fix this offensive line now. And then you
Mm-hmm.
draft Christian Hayes in the third round thinking, well, he's got to be the guy and he's got to do it right now. And then, you know, when it wasn't
He
working
was still a
out, and
third round pick. Yeah.
still a third round pick. And then it's like, oh, well, LeMay took his job. It's like, look, I mean, I think the whole offense was just a disaster in general last year. So, like you said, here's
Yes.
Kubiak and a new system. You know, let's and hopefully they can develop Haynes a little bit. So you got to look at it like that, and that's what it is. So it's not that he's a bust. He's 1 year in the league as a rook, as a third round pick, and give him some time. But I think now you're able to do that too because you went out and you got another guy, and maybe they do get. I think
Mm-hmm.
maybe they do get another guy. Before it's all said and done here. But yeah, with Zable and yeah, I just think I think this line could be decent. That's all we need it to be, right? Not 30th, 31st in the league. That's the hope, right? Let's
So
bring
right.
it up in the teens.
Yeah.
Who
So
says
Green
who is
Bay
this?
went wide receiver again.
Yeah, they did.
How
So
pissed is Aaron going to be?
Size of this
who's
guy.
getting traded who's getting traded from Green Bay to Seattle this August?
Wicks.
Wicks. I mean, they've got 8 wide receivers, right? Like, I'm pretty sure they have legitimately like 8
Oh,
intriguing guys.
Caleb Ransar out of Tulane.
Interesting. according to ESPN, was their 200th ranked player.
Hey man, thanks. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, the M's cap. They're my second
It is,
favorite. Second favorite team. So, which is weird to say because my first favorite team's in that same division. So, lifelong
you all
A's
right?
fan.
Oh, okay, that's
Lifelong
fine.
I'm
That's
just
fine.
laughing at the fact that the thing for Ryan is two baseball teams just constantly do not want to do right by their fan bases.
No, my thing is like because it's the homegrown team and
Mhm.
I grew up in the Griffey era and stuff like that. So, but I grew up as an Oakland A's fan. So, but no, I'm not all right because they left Oakland. They're in Vegas. That whole thing's a disaster. So they're not even in Vegas. Actually, they're playing Sacramento for the next 4 seasons in minor league stadium. So
I know, it's brutal, man.
don't cry about the Mariners, man. You got, I'm telling you, man. The Mariners compared to the A's organization, poof. Like, dude, you don't want to be an A's fan, man.
Yeah, they're never going to make a movie about the Mariners, though.
Yeah, but yeah,
The only movie we got was Little Big League, when Ken Griffey Jr. and the Mariners were the villains and they won. If anybody
right.
remembers that movie.
Little Big League.
Jaguars on the clock again.
Let's see.
I really wonder if it could not be Milro here for Seattle.
Yeah, no. When you stepped away, I told Ryan, I think I want a guy that's kind of like your home run threat, and I think Milro actually counts as that. If not, I'm very interested in Jalen Royals. I think that's a guy I've been talking to you about for a long time. I think that's a guy, if his foot is healthy, just that tape of him against Boise State, he was the second best player on the field, and him and Genty looked like they were playing a different sport than everyone else.
Yeah.
Apparently, someone prank called Shadur Sanders, eh?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I'll send it to you right now.
This is getting tough. This is getting tough.
Oh, somebody's pretend they're a team. That's funny.
Wyatt Millam to the Jaguars.
Wow. How you getting that number, man? That's funny.
I just
Probably
sent
works
it
at
to your
KFC.
Twitter, Mike.
Okay. All right. Who are the Rams going to snipe from us?
Hey guys, we got quite a few people streaming in on this show here, guys. So drop the comments in because we're getting close to our pick. Like we want to hear from you guys too. We're out here ranting.
Yeah, guys that are on Twitter, it comes through on our chat here. Bring it through. If you're watching us on my Twitter feed, put your comments in. They will populate in here, and we'll be able to discuss them.
Yeah, and yeah. So you throw your pick out there. Like we've been talking Milro. Mike's dropped some names. Who do you guys want to see? Also, how you guys liking this draft so far? I mean, we've all touched on it. We think it's like just the way it's gone so far. I mean, it's definitely an A for me so far. Just what we got, what we've addressed. I don't know, man.
I'd love to know of the 3 guys.
Sorry,
I was gonna say you're good.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say for the comments, I'd love to know of the 3 guys, which jersey are you gonna buy? I actually think this is gonna be interesting to see which jersey you're most interested in getting. That's a new rookie.
Yeah, I don't see the guard position jersey flying off the shelf.
Right, which is interesting.
I would say Emani if that was it's a good question.
Hey, there's Ian. I was wondering where he was.
Ian, there we go. Oh,
guys,
there he
don't
is.
forget, go on if you're on our YouTube and you're not already, become a member. It gives you perks. We got a HawksZone Rundown store. Go in there, have a look at some of the gear that we've got. Buy yourself some HawksZone Rundown gear.
Or trade.
So what I was going to say is Corbin's talking a lot about Milro right now.
Is he?
And he's at the VMAC.
Okay.
Does Shador go to the Rams here?
No.
I don't think they want that smoke.
No, they don't need that.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty set. Milro, Royals, or Farmer.
Nice.
I'm gonna go
Oh, I got
Milro.
Ty Robinson.
Ty Robinson. That's who I'm going. It's Milro for me. Ty Robinson and Jalen Royals.
Is this going to be a fourth straight like double / home run feeling?
Yeah,
Or
I
are the
think-
Rams and Ravens going to screw us over?
Imagine if the Ravens took Milro
to pair him up with Lamar.
Yeah.
and Derrick Henry.
There-
Like, think of that. You could literally run the old school, high school shotgun, wishbone, direct snap to one of the three, and they're running power one way.
Somewhere Tom Osborne would be smiling. Hey, Marvin, I like the Zable thing. I actually do think you'll see some people, especially in Eastern Washington, that farming country.
And they'll be,
what was he, 74?
Be a hot market.
Yeah.
Any cup jerseys? You guys think there's gonna be any? How many cup jerseys are gonna be selling? There'll be some nice.
That'll be the number one jersey for the Seahawks this year.
Probably already. It's probably. I wouldn't doubt if it's already number one right now.
It's already out on the out at the pro stock.
Yeah.
So,
Eastern Washington guy. Just. Yeah.
This
my
is
three. My
list. I like this.
Yeah, I love it, man. Yeah, that's perfect.
Now I got a question. How disappointed will you be if the quarterback's Quinn Ewers?
I won't, but I know the whole world will. John, it just feels like that's. It just feels like that's. It's already set in stone.
Oh, this is okay. So I'm actually like, as crazy as this sounds, I'm feeling a little bit for Shedeur, like the amount of shit he's getting. Like, and I know he's brought a lot of it on himself.
Yeah.
But like the ESPN bet just put out the scene from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where Will Smith's like, why don't they want me? And he dives into Uncle Phil's arms and cries. And I'm like, oh, and they're like, Shedeur and Dion at draft night party right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, you know what? It's he grew up in it, man. I mean, your dad's Deion Sanders, right? I mean, that's just, of course you're gonna that's who you're gonna be. But like, I don't know, man. Somebody should have stepped in and said, guys, like, I don't know about building this custom made draft room party thing, like, and then where, I don't know, man. Like, somebody should have said this isn't a good idea. Like, maybe let's just either go to the draft. Let's just go to the draft like everybody else, or sit in your living room.
Mookie just put out one of the most like funny tweets, or not funny, but there's Josiah Stewart, Michigan to the Rams.
Yeah, I'm for that.
Man. He did not test well.
No.
Okay, so you got Ravens up. So really, Milro's for the taking for us if we want him. I mean,
Jalen Royals with Lamar Jackson. Oh. That seems like a perfect match. Yeah. With Zay Flowers. Oh.
You know what's interesting is how tiny the Rams war room is.
Is it?
I haven't seen it.
It came up on NFL Network just now. But what I was going to say is Mookie's tweet is, Dog, NFL Network is talking about Shedeur like he died instead of just not getting drafted to round 3. Pick is in for the Ravens.
Well, that was quick.
Oh, man, I'm kind of nervous for this pick for Seattle. Like,
I'm super
I feel like,
intrigued.
Again, I did not think some of these guys were going to be here. I just feel like this,
there you go. That's what it is. Okay. Ian Victor just said Rams are in the LA Fire Department for the draft.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool.
I hate it when the Rams are cool.
I hate it when anyone in our division is cool.
Well, I've never had to worry about that with the Cardinals.
And there were those few years with Bruce Arians; they weren't bad.
I hated them. The Kurt Warner, Larry Fitzgerald, that was a fun. And Anquan Boldin.
2009.
Yep, 08-09 when they almost beat the Steelers. I'm a big Kurt Warner guy. So
wait, wasn't that 07? Now I'm thinking about it.
Emory Jones. All right, guys. 07/08 season was their Super Bowl year.
That's
And
what
then
I was
08/09. 08/09 is when Kurt Warner got his head ripped off by the Saints and retired.
You know what I was going to say? The other thing about the Seahawks draft so far? There's one common theme for once that John has like said over and over and over again for year in and year out. We want to be tough and physical. We want to be tough and physical. This is a tough and physical draft class so far.
Yep. Meat and potatoes, man.
Yeah, we're up.
Greg Bell, I'd take Jalen Milro here and see what happens.
Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like that's just a lot of comments and whispers.
Yeah.
Who's teasing it? Who's teasing something and they want to, have the Twitter stamp of that. Oh, I guessed that 5 minutes before it happened. Pick us in.
Oh,
man.
Shit. What are we doing? I love the hard out, Mike. You got to put a Seahawk logo on that.
I know. I need to hide.
Hey, hold
There
on
we
a
go.
second.
I'm getting Mike a Seahawk hard hat. We'll slap a HawksZone and field goal sticker on both sides. Holy shit. All right.
Is Alexander again doing the announcement?
Are we going to commercial?
He's talking.
Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh.
Hold it.
Hey, hold up.
It's in.
Hold up.
It's in. It's in. It's in.
Oh my God, they did it.
Wow.
We took him.
Crazy, dude.
Shawnee, the Alabama guy gets to draft the Alabama guy. Oh
That's
my
wicked.
gosh. Good for Sean. Jalen Milro, welcome. Welcome to the Seattle Seahawks.
So, hey, and you know what? We talk about all the intangibles, but the biggest thing is John took a quarterback. John did.
Yeah, you're right. He did.
This
Oh,
guy's
look at
actually,
Nick Saban. Nick Saban's clapping. He's excited.
This is great.
I'm going to listen really quick to what Nick said.
Holy shit.
Bryce, what's your take on Milro, man, overall as a quarterback?
He grew on me through the process, but I always looked at Milro and went, okay, if some team goes after Jalen Milro, John is stoked.
Yeah.
Oh,
hell yeah.
wow. John is stoked.
Well, the fact that they got him in 92.
This was a
Right.
lotto pick.
And you got him at 92 and you traded 82, right? And so you not only do you give up capital to get Emani Warri, but then you still get a guy like Milro in the third round. Right? So now you look at it.
You have gone and done.
This is on paper. I don't remember a draft this solid right now from John.
No, I don't. And this is what's insane to me right now is that, like,
it's unbelievable.
It really is. I'm like,
no, I know
like you have gone and got your Taysom Hill now for this year.
Right.
You don't have to go and get him. You've got him. He's there.
You got him.
And he is, in my opinion, potentially could be a better version of Taysom Hill.
For sure.
But
more athletic.
You've also gone and got a guy that you can now do the Jordan Love, do the Green Bay thing, and sit and develop. There is no pressure for Jalen Milro to take an offensive snap this year, and the only way that happens is Sam Darnold gets hurt and Drew Lock gets hurt.
Yeah,
I should preface that with, as a true, hey, you're starting the entire game as the quarterback type of situation.
Yeah,
but this also tells me that Seattle is planning on dressing 3 quarterbacks this year. For the first time, they're going to have 3 quarterbacks on their roster.
100%. And I could argue even 2 years, depending how Sam plays and this team.
But Jalen grew on me. And after we talked to Emory, I went back and did another hard deep dive. Like I spent like a good 2 days just diving into Jalen's tape. And I had done a lot on Jalen Milro. And the thing I kept coming back to was he needs to be in the right system in the NFL. He can't play right away.
Right, yeah.
He can't. And
exactly.
This is an ideal situation. For once, Seattle has actually set themselves up at the quarterback position. Now, here's the thing that's so interesting about this is it doesn't necessarily if something falls off the bandwagon this year, sorry, not off the wagon this year, and Darnold crashes out and everything crashes out, you could still set yourself up to potentially be in the market for a guy next year. But the way John was reacting in that war room I think John has some conviction about this kid that they can make his issues that everyone's noting non-issues, and they may have got a steal. They may have legitimately gotten a steal.
Yeah. I think, like you said, John's reaction sitting there, sat back at 92. You know he wanted this guy. And the fact that he's there at 92 and they go get him, man, it could be a big-time steal. And like you said, I love the fact, and we've talked about it. How many times have we talked about this show? Ideal situation, you sit a young guy for at least a season or two, and they are in that exact position with having Sam Darnold here. And Sam being in the prime of his career at 27, right? So it's not like it's Geno and it's like, well, he's just falling off a cliff. It's a really good situation here. So I think once we kept talking about it here as this round continued, I think we were like, yeah, you know what? Let's go get let's hope to hear it's Milro. And then it was. It's unreal, man. So you look at the four dudes we've drafted. It's just unbelievable. Like 4 guys, each one of these guys you're excited about going into camp here. Like this has been a hell of a draft so far, man.
What did Saban say, Mike?
So literally it cuts to him and he's clapping, and it's not like a fake clap. Like he's legitimately clapping. Like this is a guy he likes. And he basically said that Milro brings a speed and an explosiveness that no other player in this entire draft class will bring. And now Seattle has this thing, and talked about he can throw the deep ball as well as anyone. He makes a lot of good plays. I spent my year with him talking about you make so many good plays. We just got to cut down on the bad plays, the stupid sacks, the fumbles, the inexplicable turnovers. And then it showed one of his interceptions, and it says, yeah, he does that. And then, a few minutes later, it shows his game-winning touchdown against in the Iron Bowl that got them to the college football playoff, essentially. And he just basically said, like, he just needs some to balance that, and he needs some time to work on things to he can become something. And then Field Yates says 4.37 speed. You can line up all the running backs and wide receivers you want on that roster. There's very few guys that are going to be able to touch Jalen Milro's speed. And then Reese said, because I'm watching the game day version, and Reese Davis said that he's been compared to within the realm of Lamar Jackson's speed within the realm of Cam Newton's power running the football. And then Field Yates said, this is a guy that's going to get probably 8 or 10 a package of 8 or 10 plays a game. And he's going to be your short yardage, or you can use him for whatever you want. But you don't have a guy on your roster that is as strong as him with 4.37 speed. Like you're going to use him. And he said, and you need a place where you can. Jalen needed a place where he could land and learn for 2 seasons. I think he said a couple seasons. And they said Seattle just gave Sam Darnold $37 million. He's the quarterback. There's no question about that. It's the perfect place for him to go, learn, and develop. And I've talked about this for a couple years. Getting one of these explosive guys and giving them 2 years to learn the system, especially, can you imagine if he was able to like really work on his craft and learn how to excel in the Kubiak-Shanahan scheme with all those play actions, with all those quick reads, and if it's not there, you can run, and then you can give him all the boots. Like you can run the Sean McVay jet sweeps with him on the field. Like there are so many cool things that you can do with him. Literally, we just drafted, I think, the 2025 version of Cordell Stewart. Like the gadget, wildcat, wild card, whatever you want to call him, wild hawk, that like we're getting a Cordell Stewart, Taysom Hill type of player, and we'll see what happens in the next 2 years.
Yeah.
So what I
wow, what a freaking draft, guys!
No, it's unreal.
I know, but that's the thing is there's a couple things I look at this. All the guys they took, there was one characteristic they all shared. They all love football. They love football.
Yes.
2, all of the guys they took are all some of the most athletic players at their position. Elite athleticism.
Yes, their RAS scores are off the charts.
like you, like Brock Heward goes, wow, just wow. Very clear and definitive plan from the Seahawks in these 4 picks. Elite athleticism. I don't think the Hawks had any more third-round grades on receivers, quarterback or corners, linebackers, or D-line, and thus opened the door to take a shot on the best QB athlete runner since Lamar.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Taysom Hill packages incoming. Dude, and the
That
crazy thing is
seemed
I got tipped off, so I'll say this now. I got tipped off on Wednesday that Jalen Milro was very high up on Seattle's board for quarterbacks. And I sent that to a couple people being like, hey, people I've talked to that are connected are saying this. The other quarterback they had that was very high regarded was Curtis Rourke. If they didn't get Milro, he was probably going to be the guy. The fact they got Milro at pick 92, they could wait it out, is huge. And now you got to think, again, I hate to tie this back to another quarterback. Shedeur got passed over after all the talk about him going into this process. Cam Ward went 1. Jackson Dart, second QB off. Tyler Shuck, QB 3 off. QB 4 off the board is Jalen Milro.
Well, me and Mike were discussing.
Oh, my God.
Whoa, who'd they get?
Cleveland.
What do they do?
Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Oh, so there's more to this story. Like, let's be real, guys. Like, Shedeur, there's something we do not know. He obviously did not have anybody come to his birthday party or something. This is more than Bo Callahan. There has to be something that's going to get released.
Holy
I mean, do you think it came down to the interviews? You know, like
but
you talk.
The other part I'm going holy shit about here, guys. Will Howard's still on the board.
Yeah, Will Howard's still
Kyle McCord's still on the board. Like,
I'm gonna get a lot of shit. I'm gonna get a lot of shit.
Is that
Will Howard?
Oh, I'm gonna get a lot of shit. I didn't even have give. I'm gonna get a lot of shit too, Mike. We'll hang out in the shit pot stew together.
Yeah,
it is Cleveland though, guys.
Yep.
So I mean, look,
what I'll say about this pick for Cleveland, Gabriel is probably one of the least drama surrounded quarterbacks they've taken in years. Baker, as much as I love him, had a lot of drama coming out into that draft process with the whole running from the cops and grabbing his nuts against Kansas and all that stuff, right?
Oh. Yeah,
but
whatever.
I hear
you. I agree.
I know, right? But he had all that around him. They traded for Deshaun Watson. He had all the scandal and everything. Gabriel's probably the cleanest, true clean guy they've ever drafted since maybe.
You're getting the best of the bunch, buddy. Johnny Manziel.
Well, Johnny Manziel. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah. Gabriel's probably the cleanest quarterback they've drafted since Brady Quinn.
Okay, but Cleveland, Ohio takes Dylan Gabriel over Will Howard.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
Oh. Sully missed everything that we were talking about with Milro.
He's very fast. He's very explosive.
You can develop.
We're going to probably see him.
We love the pick.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I'll say about this, Mike, and you correct me if you're wrong because you're about one of the few guys that looks at quarterbacks in the same way I do. If you nail Milro down, you get him to buy into what you're doing, which I think that's one thing with Milro too, is he is an extremely hard worker.
Right.
And you get him to buy in, and he understands this offense, and you can fix his anticipation. Are we talking about a potential Josh Allen type QB for the Seattle Seahawks? Remember when Josh Allen came out, and I'm not saying he's going to be Josh Allen, so no one think that's what I'm saying, but there's the potential of his ceiling being something close to that, where we're talking about a guy, when Josh Allen came out, struggled throwing intermediate, struggled throwing short, wasn't a great completion percentage guy, could run, could throw deep. What did Josh Allen do for the first couple of years?
He looked like dog shit, and then he ran the ball. Yep.
And all of a sudden, it clicked for him in about year 3. He started to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Milro works with the same QB coach that Josh Allen works with and started to work with going from year 2 to year 3. He's already working with him.
Mm-hmm.
There is a chance Seattle could have found a superstar quarterback in round 3. There is a chance.
I think you and I have talked about this for a while. And Dan and I have talked about this for a couple years. Getting a quarterback in here and letting him sit for not just 1, but 2 years, you follow the Phillip Rivers model. You follow the Patrick Mahomes sitting out for a year model. I'm excited for Sam Darnold. I've been on the Sam Darnold bandwagon for a while. Like, I think Seattle can get to an NFC Championship game with Sam Darnold, and we'll see what happens after that. Like, that's kind of what I'm thinking at his best. Because the guy, like Ryan and I talked about this a couple hours ago, the guy we saw in Seattle that knocked us out of the playoffs and cost us a division title, that's a guy that I believe in. Now, that being said, his ceiling, as good as Sam Darnold can be, if Jalen Milro can legitimately hit his potential ceiling, we're talking about Lamar Jackson with Josh Allen power. Like I was thinking Jalen Hurts, but Jalen Milro is so much faster than Jalen Hurts. He's not as strong, and his arm strength. Like, I love Jalen Hurts, as you guys know, Oklahoma fan,
but it's not the same as Jalen Milro's.
No, Josh Allen is in that different. He's in that God tier, essentially, of that arm strength that Mahomes kind of used to be at, not as much anymore. Like, Milro can do that. Like, you go watch, I think it's his 50-yard touchdown pass to Isaiah Bond against Texas in that game that they lost. So you don't see that highlight very much. Like, he kind of scrambles a little bit to the left, jukes to the right, and then just hucks it. And it's literally like a 99 percentile pass, and he on the money to keep them in that game against Texas. Like, it's, can you do that 10 to 15 times a game? Not the 50-yard bombs, but like the special plays. And can you take your turnover worthy plays from 8 down to 3 or 4? Because like, and then from there, you just let him run and do his thing, and you run that Shanahan scheme, that Kubiak scheme. Like, the ceiling, as Michael Jordan used to say, the ceiling is the roof. Like, it's literally Jalen Milro's ceiling is it's hard to describe. Like, Lamar Jackson's ceiling is indescribable. Like, as we've seen, like, yes, it hasn't worked out in the playoffs due to freak things, but like, when you watch Lamar Jackson play, he's playing a different sport than everyone else. It feels like a version of Michael Jordan. Josh Allen at times feels like a version of Michael Jordan. Maybe Jalen Milroe can do that as well.
You know what's interesting? Okay, so the Falcons took Xavier Watts, by the way, so they've gone full defense this draft. Rob Staten, he posted Jalen Milroe is 100% worth a late 3rd round flyer.
Yes.
They can use him immediately in special packages in the Taysom Hill role. Great day 2 for the Seahawks, and plenty of good players left on the board for tomorrow.
Right.
Wow, Jalen Smith to the Texans. I didn't know. Like, most mock drafts had him going way late.
Wow.
The USC corner.
Did you guys talk about Jared Wilson going to the Patriots?
No, we haven't talked about that. I was too wrapped up in Milroe.
So the crazy thing is, real quick with the I just want to touch on the Milroe thing. Like, the fact that that was Gino's pick.
Yeah.
Right. So not only that, like, you brought in another guy, Gino's up there, and that was our whole thing. We were like, this is supposed to be our bridge guy. Where is the next guy underneath him? And then it just so happens we do it right with the guy we get for Gino, the pick. It's just crazy how it works out. And that's sometimes the bold moves you got to make, whether it's mutual or whether one guy wants out, whatever. We overhauled DK. You get rid, you look at it, a lot of people were like, man, you got to run this back. Gino, DK, we're a 10-win team. Mike McDonald, Kubiak's in here. Do whatever you can to run it back. Now you look at it when all the dust is settled, and you got Milro, you got Sam, you got some of these pieces in here. It is exciting to turn this page, guys.
So here's something that's really interesting. What has the MO been for what we've heard is John Schneider's quarterback? What have been the kind of rewards that have been thrown around with him?
They tilt the room.
That's one thing. And that's one thing that Jalen Milroe, talking and being connected, that's one thing that came out of the interviews with him, is he tilts a room. That's why he was Alabama's captain for 2 years.
Right.
So John Gilbert from Field Goals, one of our, colleagues, put out an interesting tweet just now. He goes, Milroe is the exact type of quarterback that Schneider has chased for decades. Raw, high athlete with a cannon for an arm. That was what Josh Allen, literally those 3 words were Josh Allen. Raw, high athlete, cannon arm.
Yep.
Like, and then cigar thoughts. So Jackson Bevins goes, Zable, Emani, Aoyo, and Milro. Seattle is going to have one of the most purely athletic draft classes we have ever seen.
Yep.
It's an unbelievable draft.
I can't believe this draft right now, guys.
How many mocks have we done, or Bryce, you done? Like,
oh my gosh.
I mean, this would have
never broken this way.
I'm just saying, I know it, I know that, but if this was, I mean, you would have been like, holy shit, there's no way. If these were your first 4 picks, the fact that you got Milro at almost, at the end of the top 100, and just some of these guys,
And don't worry,
and
guys.
That's the thing
once
is,
this round's over, we will do a recap with the 3 of us.
Yeah,
it will happen.
So I was just gonna say, like, the NFL is all about chasing that next advantage, in like whatever that advantage is, and then teams try to catch up to it. And I feel like we've seen the sprinkles of it with a Taysom Hill and a Cordell Stewart, but like we haven't seen a weapon like this used. Like Lamar, yes, like, but it's so hard to replicate Lamar. That's what has made the Ravens so interesting. That's what has led to 2 should have been 3 MVPs. I love Josh Allen, but like statistically, Lamar probably should have won it last year. But either way, like, there hasn't. When's the last guy that even looked remotely like Lamar Jackson since he got drafted? There isn't
since
anybody.
Lamar, not since.
Yeah.
No.
That's what I'm saying. And who looked remotely like Lamar before Lamar? Like
Michael
Cordell
Vick.
Stewart, Michael Vick, yeah. And because of certain scenarios, though, we never got to see the end product of that. But like Lamar, we're seeing what that is. And I'm not saying Jalen Milroe is going to be Lamar, but Jalen Milroe adds a wrinkle. He adds an advantage. We just added. Maybe we didn't get a blue chip player. I actually do think we may have, not necessarily with Milroe, but like you added a blue chip talent to your roster, which is Jalen Milroe's speed with his size and power. And if Clint Kubiak has any brains, which I know he does, and if he's got a little bit of guts and creativity, which I know it's in his blood, I am so excited to see what he can do with that. Because we've already talked about this. We think we have a 10 to 11 win playoff team right now, right? Like even before this pick. And what can Jalen Milroe do that you can add? Whether it's 8, 5, 15 plays that he's on the field for, it is something new that all 17 teams are going to have to deal with. All 17 games, so obviously in our division, they're going to have to deal with that. Oh, by the way, I think we have a top 8 to top 10 defense right now. Like we have a home run hitter, or we can suck the life out of you, just like the Eagles do, keeping the opposing team off the field, grinding out the game. Like it's just, I feel like we just added something that is a blue chip potential, and that is what's so exciting about it. Like it feels like it just dramatically changed a potential. Like there's all these doors to different like scenarios, and I feel like Jalen Milroe being on the Seahawks opens a couple of doors to where. In January, we were like, man, it's so cool. We have this home run threat. Like he barely touches the ball and he probably should be rookie of the year. And there's also the scenario where 2 or 3 years down the road, we're like, oh my gosh, we have Lamar Jackson 2.0 and he's freaking awesome. And he's a Seahawk. Like that's high expectations, but I feel like those doors are now there that were not there 10 minutes ago before we took him.
Yeah, no, it's unreal. This is you think of this class right now, this draft class that Seattle has put together. I don't even like if it hits, and we're talking if it hits, and all these guys hit in the first 4 picks, and we're talking about substantial starters and potential blue chip quality players that they develop to be in the NFL. Are we talking about John Schneider's best draft class? Like, I know we've got the LOB. I know, but this is what I'm saying. I know you get the LOB class, don't get me wrong, but that was pieced together over 2 classes. That wasn't one class. The 2012 class is the only class that we can say is the best draft class John's had as one whole unit. This has the potential to be on par with the 2012 class. If they all hit, if they all are, wow. So the Raiders completely bypassed, on Shedeur. Double O lineman. They went Caleb Rogers and they went Charles Grant back to back. That is crazy.
I mean, we again, something has to come out tonight or tomorrow. Like where's Shams? Where's the Woj bomb or the Adam Schefter bomb? Like, we need some type of. There has to be something else. Like if
there's got to be something, because that's like to MWM's point here, Mike. Who would have ever mocked Dylan Gabriel being drafted before Shedeur?
No, it makes yeah. Dion must be much more involved than even we thought was possible.
Yeah. There must be something that's just not, that teams are just like, we're not touching it. Sully comes in. Are you okay, Bryce? I am very okay.
Maybe they're just like team. Yeah, like you said, maybe he's way too involved and teams want nothing to do with Deion Sanders.
Well, remember,
maybe he feels like he wants to control everything. What I mean,
well, that's what I was going to say, Ryan. Exactly to your point is that was a lot of the rumor was he was going to try and Archie Manning this for Shedeur. Remember?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of teams went, no, you're not. Like, we're going to kind of, and I was listening, I can't remember which podcast I was listening to the snippet on this morning. They were talking about it, and they basically said, like, this could also be of the way of the NFL kind of reminding these kids, because right now, the college football player runs college football. It's not the coaches, it's not the schools, it's the players.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And I think this might be a way, I don't, but this is what was said on the podcast. I think this might be a way for the NFL to remind these guys, like, hey, cool, you think you run the world in college? We're going to remind you that you're just a player at the NFL level and you don't have the say. You don't have all the freedom that you think you do because of these owners and the GMs and all this stuff. It's a different world than what you're used to in college. As much as everyone keeps saying, oh, college is now turning into a pro league, it's not yet, because the owners are the biggest change.
Right. No, 100%. You think
this is a really good point. Hey, I'm just going to throw this up here. Yeah. Ian brings up a really good point.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it is.
That is a really good point. Yeah. I did. Yeah. And it just ties in with the whole Deion thing again. I really do. I think it's, it could almost be like turn into a blackball situation. You know what I mean? Like, not that he won't be in this league, but I mean, at this point, man, I just think there's too many ties. That what you mentioned about the podcast makes a lot of sense. So I think there could be some validation of that. There really could be. What happened?
Oh no, I don't know what happened to Mike, but we just got an interesting comment in here. One of my buddies just jumped in. He's a Raiders fan.
Why didn't
David Driver? Why didn't the Raiders take Shedeur, Daddy?
Does he want Shedeur, David Driver?
I think. Well, David's a huge Deion Sanders fan. He always has been.
Well, I like Deion too, man.
I know,
but Shedeur is not Deion. Like,
no, he's not. But I think the thing that there is a point to be made of. Okay, is Shedeur the player that bad? Is he really a 4th round graded quarterback, which is where he's potentially now looking to getting picked? And the other question for the Raiders is, they might honestly view Geno as a longer term solution and might be looking at next year, because you got Tom Brady in that building.
Yeah.
And everyone assumed, because of Tom Brady's connection with Shedeur and how much he likes Shedeur, that, that's maybe who they're going to go with. Now, here's a conspiracy theorist part on this is, Mike's just on the green screen. I got to add him back. There you go. Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Did you just change again? Did you move around your bunker again? Oh, okay.
I'm here.
So I'm gonna put out a conspiracy theory right now on this.
Hang on. Conspiracy theory. I need the helmet. All right.
Okay. So Tom Brady's in that building, right? Do you think, because of all the stuff that we've heard about Shedeur and all the extracurriculars with Deion and the baggage, do you think it's a situation where Tom Brady is wanting him to fall to humble him and then take him at a later round to humble his ass so that he's really fired up to compete and come in and be the fiery leader? Because
But-
Tom has been a big advocate for Shador.
Right, but how do you convince the other 31 teams to do this? Are you
I'm
talking
not
about like a
saying
Bronny
that
James
he's convinced them.
situation?
I'm just saying that might be the Raiders' view of this.
I don't think
Okay.
something like that. I think to me, in my opinion, that would be a temporary humbling. As far as the Sanders are concerned, you know what I mean. I think you're going to revert back to Dion's going to be in the building. You got to be cool with all
That's
that.
the other
stuff.
thing. How many teams are exactly right? How many teams are okay with Dion being in the building?
I think none, obviously, because he's still sitting at home, and I just think there's just so much truth to that. And like to your point, Bryce, and you guys were talking earlier, he's not a blue chip guy, right? I don't know where you grade him, but that's the difference. There's only so many guys that can come along with all that baggage, right? That are going to be that teams are going to be say, okay, we'll take on that baggage. We'll bring in on that baggage. It reminds me similar to the NBA when LeVar Ball was hanging around and coming up with his own shoe and that you were like, dude, you're gonna hurt your kid's career here. And then he kind of shut up and you fell out of the spotlight with his other kid coming in. But it just reminds me so much of that. I mean, I know he didn't play in the NBA, and Dion was obviously a Hall of Famer and one of the best to ever do it, but at his position. But it's just weird, man. It's like Dion's never left the spotlight, and he never will leave the spotlight. And so teams know you drafting Shador, Dion is going to be right there, acting like he's making front office decisions. He just, that's just who he is. I'm not faulting the guy, but that's what comes with it. So I think unless you are like this highly touted, rated quarterback, teams are like, I'm good, man. I'll take a Will Howard. I'll take a Milro. I'll take the kid that the Browns just took.
So Driver wrote the same thing here. He goes, his little custom setup at his house hurt his stock.
Well,
I
David,
think that may be something that comes out of this. Like I'm with you, Mike, on the fact that you've been saying this earlier. Like there's going to be some bombshell that drops here soon on why Shador is falling.
The custom setup, DD. We talked about that. Like I agree 100%. We all agree. Like we actually, Driver, we said that at the beginning. We said, I don't think we've ever seen something like that. I thought he was at the draft. I mean, because I wasn't paying attention to him.
Look like it.
That's what I mean. I made the comment like, is he going to go back? He might as well go back to his hotel. And then you're like, no, dude, he's not even here. I was like, well, what's that?
And not even just with Shador, but one thing that's interesting is how many times Chip Kelly and the Raiders passed on Will Howard too.
True.
Yeah.
Like this is not just a fall for Shador. You're talking about what was it, the fifth Heisman and finished fifth in Heisman with Shador Sanders, and then the national championship quarterback for arguably one of the more popular schools in the country, in the world, who looked like freaking Joe Burrow for a couple of games, and they neither of them are going to go in the top 100.
Okay, so who do the Vikings end this draft with?
Sam Howell.
Well, that's the other thing. I think now there's a good chance we wake up tomorrow morning and Sam Howell has been traded.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
For sure.
Just kind of concerned about what leverage you have. I almost wonder if if you're going to be lucky to get you're going to be lucky to get a seventh for him, which I guess I'd take whatever. But
well, I mean, the thing is, he didn't cost you much, right?
Right. Do you think that the Milro decision was made when we signed Drew Lock?
I think so. I'm gonna dig
hey,
around.
we're not even going to let Sam Darnold getting hurt put Milro in the game early. Like what happened? I know Flacco fell apart, and so they had to put Lamar in, and then they looked like the '90s Nebraska trying to win a division title. But like I feel like John and Mike are like, well, we'll 2 years, Drew Lock. It's the Tavares Jackson thing, like we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
So here's an interesting thing. So I have Emory Hunt's draft guide, and it's one of the ones I love to get every year. And his number one quarterback in his was Shador, is who he had number one. Number two was Cam Ward. Do you know who number three was?
Mm-mm.
Who do you think number 3 was, guys?
Jalen Milro.
Jalen Milro was number 3.
Wow.
If you're talking about ceiling, his ceiling is higher than every single player in this entire NFL draft. And I know people are going to be like, what are you talking about? But as a quarterback with a 4.37 speed and the deep ball that he has, if he hits his, hey, I'm like genie in a bottle, you get one wish. I want to see Jalen Milrow at his absolute best. That best is better than Cam Ward. That best is better than any quarterback. And at that positional value, it's better than any player in this entire draft. His ceiling
100%.
is also 6th round. I'm out of the league in 2 years, and I'm in Canada running around.
Yeah.
Or his floor, I should say, not a ceiling. All right, so I'm going to look really quick at who is available.
Yeah,
so for tomorrow, you got Jalen Royal. So because we pick in 37 picks, right?
Yep.
Okay, so a lot of these guys won't be there, but Jalen Royals, Josh Farmer, Cam Scattaboo, Gunnar Helm, Dylan Sampson, Ty Robinson did not get picked on day 2. Marcus Membo, Torrey Horton, Mitchell Evans, tight end that I've been talking a lot about.
I'm going to just kind of jump in here a little bit because they're talking to Milro right now.
Yeah.
Aaron Levine, Jalen Milro, because they're on the conference call. A dream come true. I know I'm in the right spot moving forward. It's a community of people that it's all in on me. Being around the coaching staff, it's a great vibe. There's conviction there that the kid's already feeling from John Schneider and this coaching staff.
Love it.
Someone asked him, Jalen, do you think you're the best QB in this draft? And do you have any message to the teams who passed on you? Belt to ass.
Like, dude, we got some good quotes.
They've got a thing to them.
Ass kickers, man.
So here's another one, Greg Bell, which is another, like, Greg, obviously, friend of the show. He's been awesome. We've had him on numerous times. He goes on the phone with Seahawks 3rd round pick, Jalen Milro. Says he felt from jump on his 30 visit to Seattle was the place for him. Weight was unique, but ultimately he reached his goal. He's where he wanted to be and the fit. I'm just super excited. Nothing but positive vibes. Guys, like, have we ever, like, now that we're at obviously the draft's over for today, how do you guys feel? Like, what do you grade Seattle's first 4 picks? What do you grade them?
A. Yeah,
A+.
I agree.
A+.
It's A+ category, man.
I think you can make a realistic argument, especially if you talk to Rob Staten and some other people that know what they're talking about, that Seattle got 3 first-round picks today and then got just this unique weapon in a box. And if you can figure out how to, it's just like something that's wild in a cage, but if you can tame that thing, man, you got 4 first-round picks today.
Like,
this could be a franchise-defining 20.
That was what I was going to look for. That's what I was about to say.
Sorry, but man,
you've changed the direction of this franchise potentially with these picks.
I'm stoked, man. This is insane.
So here's a question: if you're a kid that loves quarterbacks, are you buying a Jalen Milro jersey or a Sam Darnold jersey?
I think once we see that,
you get him out in the field. I mean, I think Milro is going to be more dynamic and exciting.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying, like, you talk about, like, how that was one thing. Remember when we were talking about Geno? Well, some fans don't really like him. They don't, his jersey isn't going to sell. Blah blah. So you have 2 guys in the market now where you might sell 2 quarterbacks jerseys, along with Emani and Aoyo and Zable and all these other guys. Like, we're talking again, like, I can't remember being this excited about a Seahawks draft ever.
No, it's solid.
Even 2012, I wasn't stoked. We're talking about we thought they reached for Bruce Irvin, and okay, they came back and got this linebacker and Bobby Wagner, and then Russell was like kind of the intriguing pick.
Right.
You look at this draft class and you go, holy smokes, did John
It also checks off all the boxes.
Yeah.
And even quarterback. We sat back and said, oh, maybe they'll kick the can now because Sam and there's other needs. But then this guy's sitting here at 92 saying, well, wait a second. This guy can sit and he can develop and he's got these intangibles. So let's go get him. But
Jackson Bevins is already putting out the vibes here. He goes, statistically or stylistically different, but man, this has echoes of Matt Flynn and Russell Wilson.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah. The only thing is that like
Sam's a lot better than Matt ever was.
This kid is just
agreed. And Jalen's nowhere near the passer that Russell was, but he's not wrong in this theory. Like the bridge is now built. There is a bridge. Yes. We talked about it, and I did all offseason, Ryan. You heard me kept saying it. We're on this bridge, but there's no island. It doesn't connect to anything. We are currently standing on Sam Darnold Island and half of his bridge. The other bridge has now been built. It is the Jalen Milro Island. That is where you're going.
The only thing I'll say about that is the Matt Flynn thing. Sam Darnold had a hell of a year, and he was 10th in MVP voting last year. So whereas Matt Flynn, sat the whole season, played one good game. So like, I get it, but it's a bridge thing. But I still think that you have more of a luxury. I think Matt Flynn was just kind of a flyer. Like, let's sign this guy because we have nobody else. And then we drafted this kid in the 3rd round. Let's let them compete. I think it was a total competition thing with Flynn and Russ. And Russ just, they were like, damn, this kid's better than we thought maybe, or maybe they knew the whole time. Whereas I think this one, I don't think there's a competition here for the year one. I think Sam's a starter.
Yeah, I also feel like the styles are so different. And like we were saying, Ryan, like Sam Darnold, when he threw that game-winning touchdown over to Justin Jefferson to knock out the Seahawks, like it was a real, like, oh my gosh, is he going to mess around and be like 3rd or 4th in MVP voting? And then obviously that final game of the season tanked him. But like, this is a guy, like I said, I really think this is a guy you could have as your quarterback and win a couple playoff games. Yeah. While Milro is so far away from being ready to be your starting franchise quarterback, but he can come in right away week 1 and you can give him 8 run plays and 1 trick pass play, and he might help you score 17 points off of those 8 plays. Whereas Sam Darnold is going to help you score 17 or 20 off of his, 25 passes that he's going to do and running the ball. Like, I just feel like this is just that perfect, and we've seen it a lot in the NFL. Like the Steelers went to a Super Bowl with Neil O'Donnell, just being a really good plus game manager, and Cordell Stewart being the slash, and they had a Super Bowl defense. And like, they had a chance to win that Super Bowl against Dallas. Like we've seen this before. I know that's going way back in history, but like just having that crazy weapon to go with a stable quarterback, I just feel like it's a perfect, hey, for the next 2 years, it's very clear who's the captain, but also who, like what Bryce was saying, down the road, I can see at the end of the street is Milro there. But hey, you know what? If shit goes south, hey, John Mateer, Archie Manning, Lenora Sellers from South Carolina, Cade Klubnik, Sam Levitt, like if things go south this year and you're sitting there at pick 8 or pick 12, like sure, like that's cool. I got Jalen Milro over here, but it's clear Sam Darnold's not the guy. I'm going to take Sam Levitt, who grew up in the Pacific Northwest and is a star at Arizona State, or, any of these quarterbacks that got a shot. If John Mateer explodes at Oklahoma, then the Cougars going to be coming home. You're going to hear a lot about that too. Like, I don't necessarily feel like it's like, oh, the bridge is completely set and there's no way off that bridge. It's just down the street. I see, oh, cool. Under that light is Jalen Milro, and he looks pretty cool. But we'll see what he looks like when I get to there. Like if he's actually ready, because it might be Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, that's how I look at it. Like I think we're too quick to jump to be like, oh, like I think you're drafting because he's obviously you hope he's the future, but I think you got a lot with Sam right now too. I don't think I just don't look at that at all like the Matt Flynn situation, because like I said, Matt played some meaningless game and had some big, huge game at the end. And it was like, okay, here's, but again, it's like, here's a guy that this team's ready to compete. They brought in Sam to keep competing. And like you said, even before this Milro pick, we were like, this could, after I think 3 picks there, we're like, this is 11.5, 12-win team right now. And
right. Yep.
we with Sam Darnold. So if you're in that 12-win category, 12, 13, and you're getting close, like you said, competing for an NFC championship, whatever, it's just I just don't want to just say he's just this bridge right now, because I still think that he was a 3rd overall pick. He's in the prime of his career, and I just think it's a big wait and see. But like you said, you can still utilize Milro in the offense right off the hop, just not as like the pressure of like starting quarterback. And like you said, I think it's a wait and see. They're bringing in a young guy, and they're just setting themselves up, right? They're not like it. Like with Geno, it was like all we have is Geno, and shit, what do we do now? It's like now
Right.
you have Sam. You brought in a young guy. Here's also a backup in Drew Lock. You've kind of done everything you needed to do to stay competitive, plus build for that future. And like you said, if things don't work out, if they fall off the rail, okay, well then there's next year. That's the thing. But right now, I still think they still have high hopes for Sam Darnold. I don't think they're just like, oh, Jalen Milroe is top 3 quarterback, in the draft. He went 92. We love the pick, but I think we got to be careful saying he's the guaranteed future of this franchise. I think, it's like, let's just slow down, get excited about this pick. But the beauty of it that we enjoy is that he has the luxury of sitting and developing, and that is a perfect situation for the Hawks.
Yeah, for sure. I think a good way to describe that I've described the Sam Darnold signing to a lot of people is I feel like Seattle got Alex Smith if Alex Smith actually had a true cannon of an arm. And
Right.
not to be disrespectful, Alex Smith, because he had a great arm before his shoulder injury, and he never was 100% ever again. But also, like, Alex Smith kind of lacked the guts when it was needed, and that is not something Sam Darnold is lacking. That's something that almost Sam has to control a little bit. But I do feel like there's that, like, man, I feel like a lot of people are like, well, man, if Alex Smith just had a little bit more in those playoff games, the Chiefs might have never have needed Patrick Mahomes. And maybe that's what we'll find out with Sam Darnold. But like at the end of the day, like Sam and Jalen are also walking into a situation where, Elijah Arroyo and Gray Zable just got added to that offense.
Right. Yeah.
The
offense got better today for sure.
That I think, like, I know we're so locked in on Jalen Milro, but I just can't not again discuss. I think Seattle got 3 first-round picks in the last 24
100%.
hours. Like,
100% agree.
If there's a chance Seattle wins 11 games next year and John Schneider, so they only win 1 more game, and there's a chance John Schneider will win Executive of the Year. When you consider where we were, Geno Smith had us, by the balls. DK Smith had us by the balls. We knew we won 10 games, but it was not a real 10-game winning season, right? There's a lot of fluff to it. And we could have given those guys $100 million, right? Like we could have given them whatever the total that they each got combined and that they're making this year, which I believe is going to be, if they hit everything, it's going to be like $80 or $90 million. And instead we traded both those guys, had what I thought was a really cool, unique, and successful free agency class where you bring home Cooper Kupp, you bring back to the Northwest DeMarcus Lawrence, who played at Boise State, and then you go out. Yes, you lose out on Will Fries, but you go get Will Fries as a rookie in Gray Zable, Emani, Elijah Arroyo, and then you add this cool toy. We'll see what ends up looking like. And then you bring in Clint Kubiak and bring in all of his dad's guys to help run that offensive line and that run game. They might only win 11 more games or 1 more game. That'd be cool if they win 11 more games, but they might only win 11 or 12 games. And the difference will be, it'll feel so much different. It just kind of like what Bryce and I were saying, it just feels like the start of the next phase. I think I was waiting for that draft or that trade or that free agent signing that felt like this is the beginning. And yes, it kind of started with trading Geno and DK, but now I think we're seeing the fruits of that labor of what 5 top 92 picks will do for you. And I just think this is a franchise altering day potentially. And that's really exciting.
Yeah. And like you said, you accumulate the picks now. what are you gonna do with those picks? And it seems like they nailed it, right? You got it was like, okay, you got rid of Geno, you got rid of DK, you've accumulated picks, you got more in the top 100 now, but what are you gonna do with it, John? And he's nailed it. So yeah, I think we're all in agreement here. Like this is awesome, man. I don't even really care what goes on in the next tomorrow. Really, I don't. Like,
I do.
yeah.
I want this
Well,
momentum
I
to
like
keep going.
don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Of course, but it's all icing on the cake at this point. You know, if this isn't gonna downgrade if they miss on a couple late picks here. If they, I don't get me wrong. I'd love to get even better here, but I mean,
Wow.
just this, what a start. And you know, these four guys, like if they were just like, hey, you get no more draft picks, okay, cool, I'm good. But obviously, yeah, Bryce. I mean, it's an exaggeration, but this just shows how good we've nailed it.
So
And then whatever he touches on is bonus for me, man.
Agreed. But here's the interesting thing. Corbin Smith, 4 minutes ago, tweeted this. So it's pretty fresh. Jalen Milro says the Seahawks told him he was the best QB in the draft at his 30 visit.
Right.
John Schneider does not throw that. So go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, man. Watch that Georgia tape and watch that LSU tape. That was that was the guy that's the guy that probably wins the Heisman Trophy if Alabama doesn't shit the bed against Vanderbilt and Tennessee.
Yeah. Right. And he goes, he felt the confidence from the organization, says this was the best fit for him in the NFL. He's eager to learn from Sam Darnold, Andrew Luck. So he knows
he's got it figured out. I love this, man.
Yeah, that's wicked, man.
But that's
Talk
crazy
about
because
perfect answer.
It like, I don't know, man. This is pretty exciting what this team, like, you think about how much confusion and, you know, emotions were going around when we lost DK.
Right.
We moved DK. We cut Tyler. We moved Geno. We were all kind of sitting here going like, okay, like, what's going on? And now you're looking at it going, they had a plan. And they have executed their plan. That's the first time I can really feel that they've done this to the extent I think they wanted to. And here's the other thing too that I just saw. Like you were talking about edge earlier, Ryan. Like they need to get an edge.
Right.
Swinson's still on the board, and he was one of the guys that Rob Staten had ranked as one of the first round type of talents. There's still such quality
guys out there. Yeah, there is. Well, let's recap, you know, because we're gonna get out of here pretty quick, but let's recap just because we're not going to be obviously covering the next rounds, but just let everyone know what do we got left for picks coming up.
So let me pull this up. I think Seattle's remaining picks. Give me a second here. I know they don't have a 6th round pick. That's the one thing I do know.
That's right.
Okay, so Seattle has I'm just looking right now. So they've got pick 137 tomorrow. They've got 2 5ths, 172 and 175, and then they have 2 7ths, 223 and 220 and 234.
Okay. So yeah, there's guys out there. We'll see if they make some moves. We'll see if we wake up to a trade. A lot of things that can still happen here, and I'm interested. I was joking.
I'm waiting for this press conference. I'm so stoked to hear what John and Mike are going to say today.
Yeah, that's what I want to tune in for too. But dude, guys, this has been 2 days of draft coverage, man. I'm definitely getting a little tired, but I'm excited. So that's why I'm still up.
Well, and
I feel good. I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's do day 3. I'm ready. Let's do this.
Day 3. Okay, guys, day 3 coverage is coming at you. No, guys, we're gonna pass on day 3, but we're definitely gonna have a recap show.
Sunday night we'll do a recap.
Yeah, look out for that, guys.
And then Monday we've got Pulse of the Hawks with Mookie, which will be great to have Mookie on and get his takes of what, you know, occurred this weekend. And I don't know. This might be the one year where we go, holy crap, look at the draft haul that John Schneider and the crew brought in, and they don't have nearly the UDFAs they normally do.
Sure.
And I'm
I
okay
could
with
live
that.
I could live with that. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
okay
yeah,
with
yeah.
that.
Well, when we just any closing thoughts here, guys? Unless you guys want to keep rocking, but I think it's closing thoughts time.
I can keep rocking for a bit. I was away for a bit, so I'm good to go a little bit longer here.
Mike, you want to keep rocking?
I can go for probably another 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm good for another 20 minutes.
I'll rock for a few minutes.
But
What time is the press conference? Do we know when they're hopping on?
usually they hop on like pretty much a few minutes after the draft's over and wrapped up with. So
Okay.
What do we got here?
I just I can't get over how many good players are still available. Like, this is the draft that COVID and everything has talked about building up to. Like, this 4th round, I'm looking at the best available board. Like, I know I was a lot higher than most people were on Jack Sawyer, but I think he literally would be, according to the rankings I'm seeing right here, him and Kyle Kennard would be at exactly 137 if it exactly goes all the way down to 137. Those are 2 guys I wrote about. I wrote about both of them today at field goals. Like, at pick 92, I wrote about them, and there's a real shot one of them might be there at 137.
you know who's
Danny
there still?
Stutzman is there.
Danny Stutzman's
Like, there's
there.
still, yeah.
You know, Jordan Phillips is still there as a D tackle, someone that we've talked about. No one took Ty Robinson, if I'm mistaken. Or
No, yeah.
so Ty
Baron
Robinson
Sorrell is
still
there.
You know, you look at
Jalen Royals we talked about.
You know who's there that's shocking to me, though, honestly, is Swinson from LSU.
Right.
Like, he was someone that Rob had a 1st-round grade on in this class.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Like, there's some guys still there where you're like, how are they still there? But here's an interesting thing. Cam Ward in 2024, 67.2% completion, 9.5 yards per attempt, 39 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, QBR of 172.25.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Milro, his year under Nick Saban, 65.8% completion, 10 yards per attempt, 23 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 172.17 rating. Playing for like, not to knock Kalen DeBoer, because I love what he did at Washington, but there is a massive difference with Nick Saban being that type of coach and you going to a similar type of mentality with a military or militaristic type of background with Mike McDonald, that I think Jalen Milroe will be able to get into and actually develop. And he even said something here.
He grew up in that.
Yeah. Oh, I think we lost Ryan. I think Ryan's out for the night. Okay. So we'll fix that up. But
yeah, wasn't Jalen Milroe's dad in the military?
I think so. Yeah. Swinson has some character issues that are making him drop. Oh, never mind. Ryan's back. I was incorrect. Ryan, you bailed and then came back.
Yeah, you thought I just dipped without saying anything.
I thought you were.
Like, what the hell, man?
Ryan's out.
Well, I did that yesterday.
Brett McMurphy. So he writes for America's College Football Insider with Action Network, you know, all this kind of stuff. He's been around a bit as a college insider. He goes, amazingly, all 5 quarterbacks selected in first 3 rounds of NFL draft have not had their college numbers retired.
That's brutal. That's wild.
Real quick, because I am going to get out of here, but over under Shador 5th round.
Ooh. I'm just looking at like
under.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he goes early tomorrow.
4. He's going round 4.
Okay, but where do you see him going?
Let me pull it
round 4 here coming up. So it's Tennessee.
The Browns are there. The Browns are out of the picture now, right?
Jacksonville, Giants are out. New England's out. Vegas is the only realistic team may take him
right
in that spot at round 4 there. And then at Chicago, the Jets, you know, I don't think the Jets are taking the Jets, maybe, but I don't think he's going to fit Aaron Glenn. You look at how Aaron Glenn dealt with Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
New Orleans is out of the question now. Like,
Miami makes a lot of sense as a backup quarterback.
But I don't think I think that might be part of the problem.
Totally. He wants to start right away. No,
He
now
wants to start. I don't think he wants to sit. And I wonder if the interviews he was
that ship
saying
sailed though.
I
That
think
ship's
you're
probably
right.
but
right.
it might, and I agree with you, Mike. It has sailed, but like it might not have. And you know what's hilarious? You look at the NFL draft on NFL Network right now, like their banner thing that they've got up for their live tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. It's Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders. Like you think you would have changed that graphic already? Like
I know.
I don't know.
That
That's
was
the
like,
best marketing ploy right there.
they're still riding with it, dude. It's just like, oh yeah, he's a guy we can still market in the 4th round, right? So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ian came, that's an interesting point here by Ian, though.
yeah.
I think they could be if they can get value to move around in round 4 and 5. I think you could see those two guys off the roster.
Right.
MWM comes in with this. He goes Rams or Cowboys, maybe for Shedeur. Yeah,
Rams. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so stunned right now.
About
So what time, or has the phone call already happened from Dion to Jerry Jones? Has that phone call already happened?
Oh, I think it's already
that's
happened.
been made. That's been made.
You think it was made last night, or do you think it's made today? Of like, hey, what's
It had to be made at some point earlier today. Yeah, he's reaching out to his connects, man. But it's just like,
because I'm just saying, like Miami, there's a clear issue of Tua. He's never going to play 17 games.
oh
Dak
no,
Prescott.
100%.
Dak Prescott gets severely injured every other year, so he's going to be fine this upcoming season. But like, I'm just saying, like, those are some. There's obviously the vibes did not check out with Mike Tomlin and Shedeur Sanders, and they probably don't want to have Aaron Rodgers and Shedeur Sanders in the same building, right? And I don't think Kirk Cousins, if legitimately he's being looked at by the Steelers, wants to go to a place that has a quarterback waiting that everyone's going to be chanting for, like he experienced this year in Atlanta. But like, I'm just trying to figure out a spot. Like, I think if you're Dallas or Miami, if you're the Rams and Matt Stafford gets hurt, like your season's done, right? Like, unless Stetson Bennett has got his life figured out. Like, I'm just trying to think, like, those are some teams that people are going to get fired.
Will Howard. You could draft a Will Howard or something like that instead.
That's
right?
true. That's true. That's true.
But is Jimmy Garoppolo not still on that Rams roster?
I think he is.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. I think that they're thinking of, like, do we have to stress this year? That's why I think they went and got the 2 first-rounders for next year. Is that's where they're gonna get their quarterback. I don't think they're gonna take a swing on Shedeur. Like,
is it a swing though? That's what I'm saying though.
I personally think he's gonna end up with the Raiders at some point.
Right.
And the reason I say that is Pete Carroll is one of the few individuals that we have ever seen as a coach at the NFL level that can handle crazy, outlandish personalities. Like, you think of that LOB team. That's one thing I think that gets missed. Like, they, as much as they all loved football, they were all a very radical, different set of personalities. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen Earl's interview recently with Chris Egan. It's on YouTube. I suggest for everyone to go watch it. But his personality, and then you think of what Sherm's been like, and then you think of like the things they say about Cam, how he was the type of guy that wanted to go to a dark place on game day. And then you had to manage Marshawn, and then you had to manage the guy that was like the holy leader of everything in Russell Wilson. Like,
and his agent.
Like, you think of all that, and Pete was able to navigate all of that craziness. A lot of that is
Percy
what
Harvin
is all combined into one player.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I think the Raiders are the logical, and I think that's what's going to happen. Is I think it'll eventually be the Raiders that take the swing and go, okay, we're going to do this. And Tom, you're going to keep this guy in check and make sure he understands it. And Dion, stay the hell away from the facility.
So is pick 108? Do you think the lesson's been learned at pick 108, or do you think they'll make him drag it out longer?
I think personally they may take him at 108. Now that they've gone back-to-back linemen, and I think that was probably their ploy in their head, was looking at the rest of the board, looking at where they pick on day 4. Nobody's taking a quarterback. We can sit here and we can go bang, bang, get our 2 offensive linemen that we really want, and then come back in round 4 and get Shedeur Sanders. MWM comes in. He's like, I will really be so happy for Hawks to find a way to get either Aoyo Manor or Royals without giving up any more picks tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm a big Aoyo Manor guy. And I don't know if he'll be there at 137. I am curious what it would cost to move up to like 115, 120.
All right, fellas,
But
that's it for me. I'm signing off. I love the Shador talk, but yeah, fired up. Let's recap this. Mike, awesome talking with you, and you guys are gonna keep this rolling a little bit. So
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm gonna dip, take some comments, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah,
See you,
appreciate it, Ryan.
All right, guys, later.
Yeah, Bryce, is there anybody
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Is there anybody you would consider moving up for? Or are you just happy? Are you so content? Or do you want to get greedy? Because I think Manor's the guy that I would consider getting greedy for.
Him or
just to
Royal
give me that outside
thing.
threat. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I almost feel like you got to draft.
They've started their press
they started?
conference.
Okay.
Aaron Levine already. John Schneider, exciting day, cool day in Seahawks history. Started out outstanding with Nick, waited on Arroyo, and adding Jalen at the end was a big deal for us.
Wow.
I think they view Jalen Milro as their franchise quarterback going forward, like going after Sam Darnold.
Yes. Yep.
You know, Schneider on Milro, incredible athlete, very, very fast, hard worker. 4 different offensive coordinators, worked his tail off. Great visit, unique, special athlete, special kid.
Who said that, John or Mike?
John said that.
That's yeah.
Mike McDonald says it's not fair to compare Jalen Milrow to Taysom Hill. Jalen's a quarterback through and through, Mike says, and he's going to be developed in Seattle accordingly.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I still think we're going to see some packages, obviously, but
yep. But they do not view him like Taysom.
The tone has been set. Yep.
That's
wild.
Wow. Like those are 2 very like bang bang like kind of things. Tom Parasolo just put something out here an hour ago. This is just the 3rd quarterback that John Schneider's drafted as Seattle GM. A fascinating project for Clint Kubiak and the last man out of the green room.
Oh, he was there.
He was still there.
Bless his heart for getting to experience.
So there's a video of him dancing.
Did he walk out on stage?
I don't think he walked out on stage. Oh man, a guy on Twitter right now just did a jersey swap in Jalen Milrow in the retro Seahawk blue. It looks really good. It just looks really good.
Just saying.
I'm looking for this video now. I want to know if he was still in that green room. Oh my gosh, he was. Like he was still in the green room. Mike, you left me. That's pretty impressive that the guy still hung out there. Like, wow. But honestly, like, guys, everyone, like, tomorrow's going to be really interesting because as we know as Seahawks fans, we've made a pretty good deal with this, you know, with John Schneider at GM of finding some really good sleepers late round in the draft. This is going to be really, really interesting to see how the rest of this draft shapes up for Seattle because we always worry about Seattle in the opening part of the draft. Like, who are they going to take these weird risks on? Who are they going to take guys that we haven't heard of? This is the first draft where they went with guys that everybody's heard of and a lot of teams wanted. And now they get to go into the part where they've been one of the more successful teams in the NFL, taking guys from rounds 4 to 7 with the ability to really be, I think, creative in how they do it and add some guys I think that, you know, still have a lot of talent left on the board to add. It's going to be really, really interesting. Ian, I'm just going to bring up yours right here. You know, I see your prior one. Sorry, I'll bring that one on first. If Shador Cowboys happens, that is a lot of headlines and drama. Or does the Raiders throw a curveball and take Will Howard? No, that's very true. They could take Will Howard. I just think if a team is going to take Shedeur, it just seems to line up for the Raiders, in my opinion. I just don't see another, kind of team that fits with what they want to do. Yeah, I would say MWM. There's a good chance Reek Woolen is now safe to start this year, I guess. I'm just going to pull up right now and look and see who's left on the draft board. Let's have a look here. I didn't see Quincy Riley come off. He'd be a guy that I'd be interested in, but let's have a look here. Let's go corners. So Kobe Bryant's still on the board, Denzel Burke, Quincy Riley. Hey, old school Seahawk, how's it going, man? Welcome to jumping on over to the pod. Kobe Bryant, Denzel Burke, and Quincy Riley are all interesting options there, MWM, for, I think Quincy Riley could be maybe the guy they target and go after. And he might be able to come in and push Reek for some starting reps. So that'll be an interesting thing to see how that kind of shapes up. So here's another thing from Mike McDonald in their, post round 2-3 presser. The athleticism is going to come to life when he's on the field, and that's how he's going to help us. That's Mike McDonald on Jalen Milro. And this is kind of what Mike talked about in regards to the Nick Emani pick. Schneider on the trade to move up to 35. We felt like we added 2 first-round draft picks. Can't argue him there. Like Nick Emani, I had a first-round grade on. And I figured if Zable wasn't there, he was probably going to be the pick. Oh, let's go here, MWM. Old school Seahawk. What's your grade for the draft as far? I got to go with an A. Honestly, old school, I really got to go with an A. Like, we're talking about, for once Seattle added to the offensive line and something we've all been, really, really driving force for as a fan base. We needed to get a top offensive lineman. We were able to go and do that. You were able to then come back and add a playmaking safety for Mike McDonald and a true chess piece. He's got his version of a Kyle Hamilton now in this defense to go with the linebacker that he wanted in Ernest Jones. And then you come back again and you go get a tight end, a game-changing type tight end in Aoyo. This to me is a shift in, and then you add Jalen Milro, who for me, as the draft process went on, I always saw him as a developmental elite level quarterback where if you can develop him, you could get something really special, but you have to have the right system to develop him. And that's clearly how the Seahawks view it. I look at this and I go, and Ian, I got to give you credit here. You kind of took the words right out of my mouth. I think this is the shift where the attitude is coming back, and this is a Ravens DNA type draft. Yes, you are seeing the DNA shift in the Seattle Seahawks. You are seeing them now go to this mentality of the worker, the hard worker, lunch pail type team. Not saying they weren't with Pete, but this is truly, I think, a DNA shifting draft to what Ian just said. I'm excited. I think with some of these picks, they've added some serious talent to this team and maybe added a win or two to their roster. And we're talking about a team that last year had 10 wins. And we all thought with the, subtractions that happened in this offseason, hey, maybe they're only a 7-win team. I think there's a good chance this team might get above 10 wins and might get to 11 or 12. Like, some of these guys are going to could potentially have been differences in the games that we lost last season. When we're talking about Zable and, and Emani and Aoyo, like, we're talking about guys that could potentially make plays that are going to win us games instead of have it where we don't have those guys on the field and we potentially get L's out of those games. So, no, this is really exciting for the Seahawks to be in this situation right now. So this is, I'm just really interested in seeing kind of how this all shapes up now for tomorrow for Seattle, because there's no pressure on John Schneider, in my opinion. Now, we talked about it in this offseason going into it, how crucial this was going to be for John Schneider's remaining tenure in Seattle. I don't think any of us could have predicted the first 4 picks of Seattle being like this. And I think this has got him some good free will with the ownership, and I think even with the fan base. If he comes out tomorrow and we take a Chase Lund, I think that's going to be where it's going to get really interesting. Who are some guys? So, guys, I'm going to throw this out to you in the chats before we wrap up tonight's show. But who are some guys you want to see Seattle target between round 4 and 7 tomorrow? Jackson Slater's still on the board. Bryce Caleb still on the board. Connor Colby, Clay Webb. Josh Gray's still there. There's some still really good offensive linemen. Yeah, Chase. Absolutely. Chase Lund is someone that I definitely would be in favor of for sure. Ty Robinson is the one for me that if they came out at the start of round 4 tomorrow and they are able to scoop in their first pick, Ty Robinson, I'm going to be really excited. Looking at this, like even Marcus Mbu is still available, guys. Yeah, Jordan Phillips is another one there, MWM. Royals, yes. Jalen Royals would be a great pick, I think. I'm just going to go look at the receivers on what's left on this big board. So you got Royals, you've got Tez Johnson, you've got Dante Thornton Jr., Torrey Horton still there. Like there is some still good receivers that are still going to be available. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, D-line. There is a lot of defensive linemen left for sure. Jordan Phillips is someone I really like. Joshua Farmer still there, which I'm kind of surprised because I had heard rumblings he may be like a today pick. He's still sitting there. This is really interesting to see. I don't know if we lost Mike or if Mike's just taken off for a bit. We'll wait and see if he comes back and he's got any more further thoughts on what's. Oh, there he is. Where'd you go? You disappeared on me.
Back. I said I'll be right back.
Oh, I didn't hear you say that. It cut out. So.
Oh, my bad.
So who are some guys you want to see tomorrow?
Gosh, I mean, I don't think a lot of them will be there because we what do we got? 37 picks till we're up. But Ty Robinson would be awesome. Elick Aoyo Manor is a guy that I've written about on a few mocks for field goals. Like Royals would be awesome. Tennessee has the number 1 pick. Like go get Royals, right? Go get Cam Ward some weapons. Jordan Phillips would be cool. Trying to think who else is there. At what point does it just make sense to pick up Gunnar Helm and like just complete just the most awesome tight end room?
Okay, so this is an interesting quote from McDonald on Jalen. He goes, "We don't use patience a lot around here. There's always going to be an urgency to our players and how we're training them. Sam's going to take over 90% of our snaps this year. However, Jalen earned snaps out there. We'll do that."
Wait, he said Sam's going to take over 90% of our snaps, or he's going to take
this year.
So they've already assumed that. So they assume that they're going to give 10% of the plays to Jalen Milro. Is that how you read that?
That's how I read that.
What is that? 8 to 12 plays a game, right? Is that what?
So
okay? So which is
yeah,
wow. And they're not going to talk about him like Taysom Hill or a runner. They're going to describe him like a quarterback to keep defenses on their edge,
exactly
on their toes. I love it.
John Schneider said the Seahawks almost traded back into the end of round 1 last night to draft Nick Emani.
That's crazy.
Wow. Traded up first thing to round 2 for him. Says if they came out of this draft without him everybody in Seattle's draft process would have been truly disappointed.
Interesting.
Wow.
I just.
Oh, so here's a follow-up to what we heard from McDonald there on Milro. But it's not an immediate need for us to go out there and take snaps for us to have Jalen right away go out there.
Well, yeah, because he's basically answering it as he's not going to be our starting quarterback. But to say 90% of our snaps.
Yeah.
That's when is the last time you've ever heard a coach say that? 90% of our snaps to our starting quarterback. Like,
yeah,
that's not the NFL talk.
No. And you got old school here going, I like JJ Pegas at nose tackle fullback as well. Yeah. There's so much here for Seattle. And like I was saying before you got back on here, Mike, is that how often have you ever looked at Seattle and gone, okay, we know Seattle's really good in rounds 4 to 7 of finding those sleepers and finding those guys that people don't think about and they end up being, studs. And that's what John Schneider's really made his mark on, is 4 to 7. And he even said it in his his press conference. That's when it gets fun for us. That's when the draft starts. What they've done today, if they have whatever they normally do in rounds 4 and 7 happen with what they've added in rounds 1 to 3, this is and Ian Victor put it in here, one of our members goes, this is a DNA changing draft.
Yeah.
He said this feels more like a Ravens draft than a Seahawks draft. And I think this goes back to the Mike McDonald piece at the Senior Bowl, where when he came back, he gave a positional breakdown of his view of all the players that he would have for Seattle and gave it to John Schneider in the scouting department, which is something they've never had before.
Yep. No, it's just like you talk about the Ravens. Zable, that is a double, from a baseball analogy. That is a double that could be a home run. Nick Emani, at worst, it's a double that could be a home run. Right? Aoyo, that's a double that could be a home run. Jalen Milro, like that is like at that late, that's a double. At 92, that's a double. If he's going to play, and your pick 92 might play 10% of your snaps this year. Like that is something, right? Like, did Christian Haynes play 10% of the snaps this season? I don't know, right?
No.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, at pick 92, you're talking about 4 guys. 3 of them are going to be starters probably from day one or right in that conversation. And then you have Milro, which, again, reading between the lines, looks like he's going to get 8 to 12 plays a game to make an impact. Like, he's basically another running back, but I know he's more than that. But, like, it's just, like you said, like they said, DNA changing draft.
So MWM here, Hawks still need a swing tackle like Brown, Nelson, or Lund, D-line like a nose tackle like Phillips or Stackhouse, and an edge like Sawyer maybe. So many needs and so few picks as always. Yeah, but let's not forget, they do well in UDFA. I could see them looking at nose tackle in UDFA. Or later on. And I could see them again. Sam Howell gets traded potentially tomorrow, I think. You end up getting a 6th-round pick for him. Then all of a sudden, imagine this. Okay, so I'm going to throw this curveball at you. Imagine a team trades for Sam Howell instead of drafting Shadur Sanders.
Minnesota.
I know, but that would be just it. Oh. But
so who else is going to go ahead of Shadur? Will Howard? Is there anybody else that could possibly realistically go ahead of
Quinn Ewers?
Yeah.
Those 3 are all still on the board, right?
Yeah.
So here's an interesting one. Aaron Levine, Schneider on Emani, had him right next to Gray on our board.
That's
what I mean. If Gray hadn't been there, it was Emani was the pick.
Okay. I'm really, really happy with the way that worked out.
I can't honestly believe that Seattle pulled this draft off.
I know. And they still got picks tomorrow to find a diamond in the rough or find someone that is misunderstood.
So here you go. Greg Bell, how much did Seahawks want Jalen Milro there at 92 in the 3rd round? GM John Schneider said they had an opportunity to trade down from there for a few more picks or for more picks, but the entire draft room chose to take Milro.
Yeah. The organization believes, that room
They
believes
found their
in him.
quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah. They believe they found
And
their
they,
quarterback.
yeah, and they may find out this summer, this season, next season that he's not that, but like there's absolutely no pressure, or they do find out and he's, you know, then all of a sudden we're on the trajectory that we all want to be back on.
It's going to be really interesting to see how this all kind of shapes out, but I think that's going to wrap it for us. Another 4-hour show. We did it yesterday with Dan and we did it today now, but we're going to take tomorrow off, guys. It starts 9 a.m. Pacific time, the NFL draft. We're going to go rounds 4 to 7. We will have a recap for you Sunday night. Maybe Mike will be back if he's got time, and we'll add him back into the show. And then if you guys missed that one, we will be doing our normal Pulse of the Hawks, spinoff show with Mookie on Monday night. 7 o'clock. So that'll be a live show for us to kind of get Mookie's thoughts on how the rest of the draft season goes. But Mike, final words from you. Overall, your impressions right now of the Seattle Seahawks going into this season.
Special night. This is a special 24 hours, as John said, in franchise history. I would say to Seahawk fans, dream big, right? Like anything is possible because of this type of draft. And that might be, hyperbole, but like I really do believe anything is possible. When you just added, I think, 3 day one starters, and then I keep saying it, just this box of something that could be so special and so unique and so great in Jalen Milro. And I think he believes that he's in the right spot, and Seattle believes he's in the right spot. That just a special night. I don't think I think this is the most excited I've ever been for a Seahawks draft. Seahawks has had a very unique take on drafts as long as we've been fans out here. It's always been a lot of who's that guy. That is not the case right now. John has found his groove, and I think Mike has helped him narrow in finding the Baltimore Seahawks is kind of what it feels like we have right now. That's what it feels like, the Baltimore Seahawks. But for Bryce and Ryan, thank you guys so much for having me on these last 8 hours. The last 2 days it has not felt like a chore. This has been a really cool experience, a wild draft that the biggest storyline is still going on, which is crazy. But I think really the biggest storyline so far is that the Seattle Seahawks are without a doubt, out of all 30 teams, without a doubt, are the biggest winners of the draft through the first 2 days.
Yeah, I echo those same thoughts, Mike. I think they're one of the top 5 teams in this draft so far with what they've been able to add to this roster, with the picks and everything, and they still have room to add. You then talk about the free agency they had, the offensive coaching staff they brought in. Like, this might go down as John Schneider's, from being potentially his worst last year at offseason to being his best offseason as Seahawks general manager at a time that he really needed it. With the fan base turning on him a little bit, this was huge for John. And the irony of it is this draft took place in Green Bay, his home, and he's been able to nail this draft out of the park in his own state. So with that being said, though, guys, if you haven't already, jump into the membership program. Doesn't cost that much, less than a cup of coffee from Starbucks. Jump into it, get yourselves, into the members only kind of stuff that we've got, whether that's, reels that we put out for you guys, videos before they reach the public. Depending on what membership you choose, you get discounts at the HawksZone Rundown store where we sell our gear. Guys, we'll be back Sunday to break it all down for you, what Seattle does. And we're going to have a bunch of cool guests coming up over the next week, whether it's Brandon Kane, Emery Hunt coming back, Corbin Smith. It's going to be a loaded next couple of weeks with guests coming back on the show, guys. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And again, you can find our stuff over at Field Goals. Go over there. You can check out Mike's stuff. All the great writers that are over there, check their stuff out as well. And remember, subscribe, click that notification so you never miss an episode. But with that being said, guys, have a good night and go Hawks.
Go Hawks.